even realizing. For me to have, can I borrow your phone, sir? Doc, thank you very much. This is a privilege. I'll be a doctor one day by holding this. I claim it. Now, for me to have this in my hand, this is almost 50 different devices and companies and employees who are no more in play. We used to have something called a disc man and a Walkman. Do you remember it? Give me a yeah if you remember it. Your simple music player swallowed that entire industry. Are you with me? We used to have a camcorder which was separate from a camera. What a camera could do, a camcorder couldn't do. Camcorders were for recording motion and camera was for recording still. Your phone swallowed both industries. Are you following? I'm going somewhere now. The number of devices that got swallowed, gaming consoles that are no more there. Do you remember a company, I don't know if it was here in East Africa, called Panasonic? Yes. Anybody, do you remember there's one phone called Sagem or Sagem, however you pronounce it? In fact, two guys came together. One was Sony and one was Ericsson. Both of them were together, but Sony kicked Ericsson and Ericsson is no more, but Sony is still around. Are you following? All of these things used to be a part of us. No more. They're gone. The question I want to ask you, today when I download a nutrition app, I don't need a dietitian. When I download the gym guiding app, I don't need a gym instructor. Young people of Africa, who is building the next software that is going to do what you are doing? Post 2020, we saw something called ChatGPT. You know it, say yeah. ChatGPT has already passed the law exams. It has written the medical school exams and it has passed. They were actually going to take it to court in a company that was actually going to have ChatGPT whispering the exact things to say to somebody who was not a lawyer in court. This was supposed to happen about 4 months ago. Every single lawyer in the state warned the company, you enter, we sue you, you lock you forever. And this is what people did. There's something at the back of our head called the amygdala. The amygdala is our response to flight or fight. This is biology now. As a speaker, what I need to do is I need to dance in knowledge. So remember, I told you I will inundate you with knowledge. In fact, this is a compromise. You didn't see the presentation. Your brain would have burst by now. Now, the amygdala is our response to fight or flight. I think Africans have a very different amygdala from white people. I don't have anything against you. I just want to make the point. There is a reason why Africans do not discover anything. Why? Because when we hear a sound in the bush, we run first and we listen later. My honorable people, they hear the sound, they want to know where the sound is coming from. That's why black people are never in horror movies. Have you seen us? We don't have that kind of patience for horror movie, my guy. We are gone. We are home waiting for you. All this nonsense cannot catch us. Right? So, the amygdala is how we respond to anything that we don't know. So immediately technology comes, our older people go, ban it. How many of you remember when they say Facebook was Antichrist? Until COVID came and then all the men of God, I was like, did Facebook give a life to Christ? Or you people that were saying Facebook is Antichrist, you are now preaching Jesus on that Facebook. What changed? That is our amygdala. Some of you, your amygdala is saying, oh, this guy, all these things he's saying. I'm about to say things. Hold on. I've not even landed anywhere. So, the point is, the world as we know it is changing rapidly. McKenna told you guys how my internet literally walked out of here. How many of us remember the internet cafe days? I don't know about you guys. We used to have something called cyber cafe. It was, you had to do. See, Africa, we are one. It was blue screen. That thing had a spirit of its own. You forget everything you want to search until you have 5 minutes left. Did it happen to you? Every day when I have 5 minutes, sir, I will now remember all the things I want. In fact, that time there was no Google. Google had not come. We had Yahoo. That's where the original word Yahoo comes from. Hotmail. You are an original. All these Facebook babies. There was something called High Five. and my space. You people didn't see that one. All of you are on Instagram trying to act like you're tough. We are tough. We've been here before. Are you following? So, let me give you a few things that would shock your brain. As I speak to you, there is a robot called Molly, which I would have shown to you, which at the time I discovered Molly about 4 years ago, it could actually cook 2,000 meals perfectly. Even if you're the most impressive chef here, you cannot cook 2,000 meals perfectly. In fact, a lot of our cooking and a lot of the things we do as humans is guesswork. Have you ever had to make a meal and when you're presenting the meal, give a disclaimer? However you get it, take like that. Today I wasn't, you know. You know that today it didn't really go well. Molly, 2,000 meals perfectly. Why? Preparation of meals is a step-by-step process. And immediately you put any kind of task or activity in a step-by-step process, a computer can do it better than a human. You can never out-calculate a calculator. Let's do a quick test. 5,000 divided by 3 million minus 82,000.4 raised to the power 7. What's the answer? Now, the answer is yeah, like that still. That's the answer. But if we took a calculator and we punched it in, we would have gotten the answer instantly. So, I'm about to go home with this point. Now, the way tech is moving, it's already entered your kitchen. In 2016, the company called Foxconn, if you look at the back of your iPhone, it says made in America, assembled in China. Have you seen that? The company that does the assembling is called Foxconn. In 2016, they replaced 60,000 of their workers with robots. Why? When you're assembling a phone, you don't need any form of emotional intelligence. You pick this part and you put it in, and you put that part and you put it in, and you screw this and you tie this up and you put it together, and the phone is ready to go. If you have a human being, they come out from the house, they just fought with their boyfriend, they're not in a good mood, they lost some money in betting, it's the time of the month for the ladies, their hormones are all over the place, they can pick the wrong thing and place it in the wrong thing. By the time they assemble 24 hours, all your devices are finished. So in this case, if you are a CEO and you take the 60,000 people out and you replace them with robots, are you being an effective CEO or a wicked man? How can you say wicked? You are being effective, my people. Are you following? Boston Dynamics has a police robot. It runs faster than Usain Bolt by twice the speed that Usain Bolt used to win the 100 meters. You can't bribe it, you can't reason with it, you can't outrun it. If it starts begging, you just kneel down and beg and let them catch you. Uber has no security guys at their car park. A robot is doing it. Some of you, when you speak about these things, Africa, never. Guy. Call Siri, and you've not even realized it. It hears everything. Have you ever had a conversation with someone, finish, go online, and an ad about the conversation you just had came up? What do you think happened there? You have a robot living with you in your bed, everywhere you go. If you have a Windows machine, Cortana is there listening to you. Amazon has Alexa. Those of us who play video games, my boys and my men, give me a yeah. When you play with that opponent, that's not a human. Who do you say you're playing with? I'm playing with who? Computer. Who do you think the computer is? We've been artificial intelligence. It took ChatGPT for us to actually accept artificial intelligence. We've been living with these things since. The issue is Gordon Moore's law is undetectable. You don't see it happen. Used to be, in order for you to go viral, you needed at least $1 million. Because you could only go to a national television, go to a national newspaper, and go to a national radio station. How are you going to go viral without them? Today, you sit in your room, you flip on your camera, The quality doesn't need to be HD or 4K. The content just has to resonate. 2 hours later, you have 5 million eyeballs. It has created its own catastrophe. In this room right now, we're not up to 1,000. Some of us have 1,000 followers and we feel depressed. Nobody is following me. No. In fact, if we brought all your Instagram followers here, they might not fit here. Our concept, remember linear versus exponential? So, as I drive this point home, my entire ethos and the reason why they flew me all the way from Dubai to Ghana, Ghana to Kenya, was to tell you that what got us here will not get us there. Today, one of the greatest disservice you can do to yourself is to limit your education to the classroom. I want to repeat that. If all you're learning is that which is available to you in the classroom, I don't need to be a prophet. I can tell you for free, you're not going to make it. Are you with me? So, what is the future of work? The future of work is an environment where human and machine or artificial intelligence collaborations come together. COVID taught us that offices were not necessary for productivity. My entire team that runs my business operates like a beehive. We've never sat in an office before. I don't even know their dress code. My graphic designer probably always edits in his or her boxer shorts. I don't know. At the end of the day, she delivers the work and she gets paid for productivity. In today's world, in this thing called the gig economy, how many of us have heard of the gig economy? I have a 21-year-old that edits my videos. I post one video on tech every day on my socials. She charges $200 per month, which means that she makes from 12 months $2,400. I don't know what that is in Kenyan shilling. Since she started working with me and people saw the quality of my edits, I have recommended 7 more people on that same payment structure. So from my circle alone, that's about 2,400 times 7. At 21 years old, she's not out of university. Work is no more correlated with degree. It is no more, of course, back to give, you want to be a doctor, you want to go into engineering, law, those are professional courses. But if you're like me, which is a majority of us, in the general fields of art, in the general fields of value proposition, you do not need to be limited by any of that. There are YouTubers that earn more than presidents if presidents were to stay within the confines of only what they earned. I did that one. Are you following me? So, what got us here will not get us there. Our world has changed. I was going to play a video for you. Our entire operating system is based on seeing is believing. How do you match with deep fakes? I played a video for the fellows. I gave them about 10 different versions of Obama and nobody could tell the real one. Just 3 days ago, an attorney in the US got a call from his son that he had been involved in an accident and he had knocked a pregnant woman, so that he was in jail and his father should come rescue him. Of course, it wasn't his son. It was an AI spoof of his son's voice speaking to him on the phone. We wake up tomorrow, we see a video from McKenna saying that EAC is terrible, nobody should believe them, they are a bunch of corrupt people. McKenna makes a mistake and wakes up at 10 a.m. The video has gone viral with 4 million views. How do you say it's not you? It's your face, it's your voice, it's your mouth. Our judicial systems are not updated for this. Our educational curriculums are not updated for this. In fact, in marketing, in business, we have the 4 P's of marketing: price, place, promotion, and the other P that I don't care about. But when you look at the P for place, no business school in the world has updated their curriculum to include marketing in the metaverse, marketing in virtual reality, marketing in mixed reality. We have people who graduate today and come out, and you send them a document on WhatsApp or email to sign. They will print the physical document and sign it and scan it back to you. Are you following? The world we're going into, in the future of work, value and competence will matter more than degree. In the new world of work that we're going to, value and competence will matter more than degree. Stella, as I wrap up, did you ask me for my degree before you hired me? What did I say to you? Value and competence will matter. I don't care. Guys, you people act like we've not all written CVs before. CV is the legal right to lie about yourself. You that you are writing it, you know. You know that this thing that you are if they ask me. One girl like that came to look for a job the last time, and I will never do interviews again for the rest of my life till I die and go back in the next age and come back. I will never do it. This girl, first of all, her salary request was higher than mine. Me that the company is for me. Then she says, she said, communication aficionado. See, don't go and Google. For you to be a communication aficionado, you are an hi Jesus. Even Obama comes to you for classes. Then I said, okay, get up for 2 minutes, introduce yourself, and tell me the little you learned about the company. There was 3 of us doing the interview. Mama, she got up. She started panicking. Her hands started sweating. She couldn't utter a word. She froze. I looked at the paper. I looked at her. Looked at the paper. Oh, this is a wrong CV. Is this not your CV? Nobody is hiring with CV anymore, my guy. Education is amazing. However, thanks to technology, we don't need classrooms to facilitate education. Can I shock you? I don't say this to discourage anyone. Parents, hear me. As I stand here and I say to the glory of God, I told you I'm a faith person. I did not take my degree from the university 9 years ago. I've never needed it. I figured out 4 years in school that the world was changing. I started taking my learning into my own hands. We're called autodidacts. It means that we're self-taught and we control our own learning. Everything I just stood in front of you to say that I got paid top dollar for, I didn't learn in the classroom. Of course, school was good to build a foundation. I studied psychology. I live in Ghana. I was born in Ghana. What will I do with psychology? Because our people don't even believe in depression in the first place. I don't know. They don't. Should we run? Because I will be the first out. You people will know that technology can transport people. I'll do like this. I'm out. All right? So, follow me. I'm wrapping up here. They just announced the first ever Gamers World Cup next year in Riyadh 2024. I will be there. The price, $45 million for the winner. Not gamers physical game. Keyboard computer game. The one that your mother used to slap you from the back of your head. Go and study. I'm not saying let your child waste their time playing games. I'm saying technology has made it such that any form of competency and value can be monetized. Are you hearing me, people? The solutions we're looking for are not in big English in the SDGs. Are you with me? The solution we're looking for is you and I waking up in the morning, taking what is available. I'll give you a story as I wrap up. But I don't know who bewitched us as Africans, that when everything leaves the manufacturer's country and gets to ours, we either abuse it or we use it for the very opposite reason why it was created. So the average young person has never woken up, looked at the phone and say, how do I create economic value from this? Because that's what it was created for. We wake up, we open TikTok and just scroll, consume, mindless consumption, consume, video after video, video after video. Some anointed men would be busily watching curves that can confuse their destiny. You don't have $100,000 in your account, you have energy to watch curves. You need to go for baptism every Monday morning. Young woman, you're watching somebody's wig that can be your entire generation's inheritance, and that's what you're concerned about. Just scrolling. It's called a smartphone. This is a smartphone. If it's not adding to you value and it is taken from you, how smart is the phone? And by extension, who said it? It was not me. Somebody said, how smart are you? I didn't say it. How smart are you? I leave you with a very simple story. It's global in nature, because I said to you, I want to shift your mind from local to exponential. Tech is an enabler. Say enabler. Enabler. Technology is an enabler. It's an agnostic tool. It's neither good nor bad. It's like fire. It would warm you in the cold. It would cook your food. But if you misuse it, it will burn your house down. Parents, hear me. Your kids know more about the tech than you. You need to get proactive. They're hiding things. Go home. I'm going to blow. I'm going to release the secret. When you get home today and your child has a phone, look for it. If there are 2 calculators on it, you are in trouble. Those who know. How many of us know that if there are 2 calculators, one is not a calculator? They have a file hiding system where the app appears as a calculator in the front. When they punch, it's called calculator. That's what it's called. There's the original calculator, and then there's the file hiding system calculator. When they punch in their password, it opens a whole file. That is where they are actually using their phone. Some of them are using VPN. You put them on Netflix kids. You are the kid. They have VPN themselves out when you are not there. I'll leave you with a story. A young boy by the name Jack Andreka is 14 years old when his uncle died of pancreatic cancer. When his uncle died, he became very furious. Why did he have to die? He got angry. He says, I will deal with pancreatic cancer. You know kids. But this was not an ordinary kid. He got on Google and he started doing a little bit of research. With the help of AI, he came up with a small neural network language, a small algorithm to help him do his research, and then came up with a 5-page thesis on what he thought we could use to detect early stage pancreatic cancer. Turns out we have early stage detection for all types of cancers, for breast cancer, skin cancer, all them, but we didn't have for pancreatic. So 5 pages, he sends it to the top 200 research facility centers in the US. Nobody gets back to him. By virtue of proximity, a university called Johns Hopkins University says to him, call the little boy over, give him some t-shirts, tell him you're doing well, you're 14, when you're of university going age, come to Johns Hopkins University. We like kids like you who think. The boy arrived. They looked at his 5-page thesis. His idea was that we can use carbon nanotubes to detect pancreatic cancer. That's a type of protein. So they listen to him. They give him 3 months in the lab. And it turns out, don't run yet. It turns out that Jack Andreka was right. At 14 years old, he single-handedly transformed pancreatic cancer from 99% mortality to 99% survival. And he did it by searching Google. If you have Google on your phone, I want you to knock yourself in the head in your head. If you read his Wikipedia, it says Jack Andreka, 14 years, cancer research expert. Africa's problems will be solved by Africans. Are you following me, guys? Our problems will not be solved by anybody outside of Africa. They don't understand our nuances. They don't understand the complexity of our struggle. They can't even fully understand our melanin. Africans' problems will be solved by Africans. There's a thing that you need to know as I leave this stage. There is no middle ground, my people. If you're not actively part of the solution, then I hate to put it to you, then you are actively part of the problem. There is no middle ground. Young people of this continent, we have for one lives a tool that can let us match up. We missed out on the first industrial revolution with steam engine and electricity. We missed out on the second industrial revolution. We missed out on the third. This is the fourth industrial revolution. Are we going to wait, just like every field, for our international brothers to finish developing all of it and bring it back in here and put us back into the system? I came here to challenge you. I came here to make sure that as you're drinking your tea for breakfast this morning, something goes sparkling in your brain. You are the solution we've been waiting for. If you don't get up, nobody's coming, guys. One of the continent's biggest problems is we have a savior complex, the Messiah complex. Everybody is waiting for an external person to come and save us. Everybody has a plan for Africa. I have seen the United States of America's Africa policy. I've seen the Chinese policy for Africa. I've seen the Saudi Arabian policy for Africa. What is Africa's policy for the world? In fact, what is Africa's policy for Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I didn't waste your time. My name is Kwame A. Opoku. Thank you for spending your time with me.
I warned you that Kwame was going to make you very uncomfortable. I'm glad you sat through the entire conversation, which means there is no protest. You're agreeing that our amygdalas need to begin functioning differently. You're also agreeing that we have to do things differently if we must determine where Africa will go economically. I do not want to be the agent who will stand between you and your tea. Unfortunately, we loved our duvets more than we loved work today, and we started our schedule late. I need to have some form of democracy that will be coated with dictatorship, that we only take a 10-minute break for tea, strictly 10 minutes, and then we come back into the room so that we can run the panel that was supposed to run from 11:15. You will notice that we are extremely late. Either that, or we sit through the session now and do the panel now. But I would encourage us to just go and collect our tea so that we do not disorganize our hosts. Does that sound like a good plan? Yes. Does that sound like a good plan? Yes. So we're going to take a 10-minute tea. Don't let anybody send you back into this room. Manage yourself. My younger brother normally tells me it is not his fault if you cannot manage your admin. So if you cannot manage your admin and be back here in 10 minutes, and that should be roughly 3 minutes past midday, then we shall start the session without you because we have a lot of business to conduct. Not now, not now, not now, later. So you're still seated. Enjoy your tea. McKenna has paid for it. the future of work. A lot has been said in this room, and I'm sure most of the young people in the room are asking themselves, what are other people doing to either take advantage of the CFTA or to begin advancing technology for the future of work? And that is why you have all found yourself on this panel. They are also asking themselves if they are going to be getting into these enterprises, then what or which way in? All right? Or if they get in, how do they survive there? Because we also had some conversations yesterday about retaining some of the enterprises that young people start. So to open us off, I'm just going to ask Mr. Nicky Abayo to just share a little about what he does to the audience before we get into the conversation. Nicky?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me, clap once, because I can't hear myself. If you can hear me, clap twice. I still can't hear myself. If you can hear me, clap thrice. Thank you. You all have clapped for me. I think it's time to end my session. Not everyone will receive a clap. Anyway, my name is Nicky Abayo. I represent a company called Eshete Loan. I coordinate the Africa region from Egypt all the way into South Africa. But for today, I'll have a bias of the East African community because that's where I currently have extensive engagement with companies and individuals. And I also happen to be one of the few young commodity traders we have across the East African region, because we have set up businesses from South Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, and currently opening in Zambia. Thank you so much.
What this man is not telling you is that he also sells avocados. And he makes a lot of money from avocados. You will notice that he's wearing a brooch that is an avocado.
That's what feeds me.
So feel free to call him the avocado man for this conversation. Mr. Isaac, please, if you could share with the audience what you do for Agra.
Good afternoon. I can hear you also. Good afternoon. So my name is Isaac Goka. I'm a trade economist by profession. I joined Agra like 2 years ago, slightly over 2 years ago. I work on a program called Regional Food Trade, which is now turned into what we call inclusive markets and trade and finance as well. So basically our job was to make sure that we move food from surplus places or surplus areas into deficit areas by facilitating trade policy and also helping to improve the trade environment in terms of helping the farmers to be able to link them to markets and so many other things. So in the scheme of what Agra does, Agra is an agricultural NGO. Trade has been one of the few areas that have been just incorporated in the last 5 years. Agra has been there since 2006, set up by the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. So they'll be working heavily in trying to help farmers build their capacity in the area of seed, as well as extension, but trade and market has just been added. So I'm part of the program that does what we call regional food trade. Thank you, Anova.
Welcome, Mr. Isaac, and it's lovely to have you on the panel. I'm going to welcome Brenda to just share briefly what she does.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Asasura Brenda from Uganda. I usually don't want to introduce myself as a farmer because the people I hope to serve will just run away if I introduce myself as a farmer. So I usually use more appealing words that will make these people drawn to me and they give me a copy or want to know more. So you find myself, I always call myself the slave farmer, agriculture economist. So by the time you know that I'm a farmer, I've already put an idea about agriculture. So I'm the CEO and founder of Brisk Agro Safaris. It's a company that uses agrotourism to interest, motivate, and train young people, persons with disabilities, and other people who have stereotypes towards agriculture to engage in agriculture and take it as a serious, sustainable, and profitable business. So we first interest you, we create the interest, then we give you the training, the full agricultural training that you like, and we do not stop there. We make sure we link you to the markets where you can sell your products. Thank you so much.
And for the ESC Youth Fellows who are in this room, starting yesterday evening, you also introduce yourselves as Brenda, an alumni of the ESC Youth Fellowship, Cohort 1. Just in case you have not realized that you graduated yesterday. We are happy to have her on the panel. This is one of my fellows, one that I'm very proud of because of the work that she does in her country. Next, I'm going to ask Mr. Joram Winamo to tell us what sand is in the box that you are coming from.
Good afternoon, everyone. This doesn't seem to be working. Check. Okay, so my name is Joram Winamo. I am the CEO, co-founder of a company called Sandbox based right here in Nairobi. Very passionate about helping Africans build global businesses. Okay? I'll repeat that. I'm very passionate about helping Africans build global businesses because we've grown up, I think you listened to his speech, being drummed up that we've been enslaved, we were colonized, that even when we have the biggest ambition for our businesses, we want it to be Pan-African. I challenge people to go beyond that. Do not think Africa, think global. I can stop there for now.
And don't even hand over that microphone. Could someone please relieve Joram of the microphone that is not working? Joram, I'm going to take your reflection first. What are your reflections about the role that youth should play to take advantage of the opportunities provided by the CFTA, the Common Market Protocol, and how do they break into that global space that you are suggesting they should get into?
First and foremost, I set up my first business when I was 24, 43 now, and struggled through building a business. And one of the things I can tell you, I'm running my second business now, which is a more global business. You can check out Sandbox. We do a lot to help entrepreneurs build their businesses by bringing together professional services, and then we build networks of services in different countries. So one of the things that became apparent is that global companies are not rocket science. Okay, it just takes a lot of resilience and a lot of pushing, but also a lot of adopting the same best practices that people adopt across the world. And as we were building our first business, we were able to build such good services that we had a lot of organizations begin to contract us to do that across East Africa, across Eastern Central Africa, eventually across Africa, eventually even in Europe and Asia. People came because we were good at what we did, which was training entrepreneurs and coaching and consulting and with entrepreneurs. And so we just got brought onto a lot of programs to be able to do that. And in the process, we would realize that we would work with entrepreneurs to structure their businesses, and they would begin to grow and become first regional, eventually Pan-African, and some have even done operations on a global scale. And so a lot of it starts in the mind. It's your mindset of first and foremost believing that you can do it, that you can build a global business, you can build a Pan-African, you can build more than a business that just affects the locality that you have. But then with an opportunity like Africa Continental Free Trade Area, what the governments are doing is beginning to lower the barriers that allow you to do business across multiple countries. Africa has 1.2 billion people. Stop thinking your village as your consumers, okay? At the very least, think of the 1.2 billion as the market that you should be serving. I tell a lot of people, it is so much easier running a big business targeting more people than it is running a small business where you're struggling to make money and, under pressure every single day. And so what I spend a lot of time doing is just helping people break harmful mindsets that hold them back from being able to build something great, to build something that can scale. The governments have come together to set the stage for you to literally serve Africans in all the 54 countries. It is up to you to take that up. It's not, of course, easy. There's a lot of barriers. There's a lot of, borders, which I don't know who drew, and, all these sorts of things that you will find as barriers, trust between countries and all sorts of things. But if someone can come from Europe or the US and set up a business across the whole of Africa, what about you who lives here? And so that's where I would just continue to challenge you. This is a continent that's struggling with youth unemployment and all sorts of things. But when it comes to opportunities, be it from agriculture all the way to technology, if you have a good product or service that you've created, this continent is basically your playing field.
I'll come to you, Nikki. The last words that Joram spoke about investors who come from outside and are able to set up companies in Africa. What is it that they do differently that enables them to have such ease setting up in Africa that we don't do ourselves?
Personally, my opinion on that has always been, as Africans, we tend to play on the inferior side of business. I'll use examples, and if there are members of parliament and leaders of any countries here, please spare my life. Because whatever I'm about to say is going to knock you guys out. It's easier to set up a donor funding organization in Africa to receive funds, okay, than to set up a research institution in Africa. Okay? So that is the challenge that we face as Africans. We tend to play the more inferior role. And sadly, I always tell everyone that Africa feeds the world. Okay? The vegetables that are eaten somewhere in London are actually grown in between Kajiado in Nairobi and Rombo in Tanzania. The pineapples that were consumed during the World Cup were actually grown in Uganda and Tanga. You see, the avocados that feed the whole of Europe and China actually come from Africa. But what do we do? There's somebody who came into Kenya in the 1800s with a Bible and made Kenya, or Kenyans and Africans, look up to them. Sadly, we have never transformed. From our leaders, whom we so carefully select to represent us, give an African member of parliament per diem to go into Europe. That trip will not fail. Okay? Bring them to sit and discuss issues that affect the youth in such a panel. How many of them are here? Very few. So we need to stop looking at ourselves as inferior. We feed the world, we are the world, and the world looks up to us. There's a piece of Africa in everyone's pocket right now. It's called a phone. Okay? Where is the components of a phone that are mined where? In DRC. But how many phone companies are in Africa? Okay? There's a country in Africa that has the largest tomatoes. They have these tomatoes bigger than the head of somebody across me. Okay? I didn't mention names. You know you're my friend, you can't beat me. So, but this country sadly imports tomato sauce. Are you seeing the awkwardness? I was in Goma a few months ago. I went into a supermarket and I picked French beans, written produce of Netherlands, but grown in Kenya. So Stella, as you continue asking me questions, these people will get more emotional and they're probably going to beat me. So
I actually need them to get emotional because I need us to walk out of this place with answers on how we shall operationalize the women and youth protocol, but also how we are going to solve the problem of the design of our economic situation. And I think the best person to now speak on some of this is Mr. Isaac. If you could share with us some of the solutions that you normally offer to these problems, and of course the agribusiness issue at Agra, it would be beneficial for those in the audience who are interested in getting into agriculture, or at least surviving on avocados or tomatoes the size of Kwame's head.
Thank you. I didn't get your name actually.
My name is Stella.
Stella. When we used to write exams, if you are asked a question in the exams room and you don't know, you try to set your own question and answer it. So let me tell you a story of coming here. I was asked to sit on this panel, and my professional work, I usually get a guided question that I prepare for. So I was asking my colleagues at the back there from Generation Africa to say, what are the guided questions? And this morning she said, no, they said there's no guiding question.
One of the things that happens at YouLead is that you come to respond to the questions from the youth. So we never prepare you.
Exactly. So I was a bit troubled, because really, how do I give correct, factual kind of information to the audience that I'm coming to? So I tried to dig a little bit to get some few things, and hopefully Naya is here, who knows the AFCFTA better than I do. But listening to Kwame, then I got an idea how to talk about this issue. So Kwame gave me a lot of inspiration. Thank you, kudos. Yeah, you can give him a clap if you like it. Yeah. So this is how I want to approach this before I answer your question. And then the gentleman said, really, your client are your villagers, or your customers are in your village. I want you to picture the role that this youth here can play in the implementation of the AFCFTA, as starting from looking at the supply chain in total. I want you to look at it from the input side until it gets onto the table. If you can think very systematically and know what happens for food to get to the table, you will really picture what you can do. Now, when we talk about implementation of the AFCFTA, people think about a lot of things. But let me tell you, I've been in the trade policy space for some time. And I realized that any export strategy trade policy will do will boil down to growing sufficient quantity, having the right quality, and then being able to consistently supply. Now, you talk about our vegetables being in Europe. One of the reasons why our vegetables could be in Europe and not in another village where there is deficit is what we call cost of business, cost of doing business. And so, you talk about a digital space. It is so easy, or you talk about also technology, it's so easy to move food from Africa to Europe or to the US than to move food from one part of this continent to the other. Now, there is somebody in the village. We have had researchers who have done so many researches about the best variety of each crop. But most farmers in the village have no idea, or wouldn't want to take it, or they look at it as so expensive. Because by the time they move an input from one part of the continent or one part of the country to the other, it becomes so expensive for the farmer to use. This is where youth needs to play a role. Anywhere you look at the diagnosis or the situation analysis of what is happening, that trade or agricultural productivity is not going on well on our continent, one of the ones that you never miss is lack of information. But as Kwame said, information is right in our hands. How can the youth play a role in that space? Making sure that the village you are, you have access to Google, how you can easily assess what is the best practice in terms of growing a particular product. What is the best practice of marketing a product? And then you can tell the villagers, look, this is the way to go. They will believe you than me coming to your village to tell them, because you are with them. So one of the failures that we're going to see in the implementation of the AFCFTA is when people cannot grow efficiently. They cannot grow faster. What is your definition of technology? The third one.
Faster, efficiently, easier.
Easier. Just last year, there was a kind of crisis in Kenya, in the driest part of Kenya, when the drought hit. You know what was happening? Then I saw on television, there was some part of the country which has surplus maize. And you know why? They said the price is not good enough for them to be able to sell the product, so they were holding it. Do you know why it's so expensive, or it's too cheap for them? Because they have used expensive input to grow those maize. Another thing is that if we should transport that maize from that place to another place, it's going to be too expensive. And one of the key reasons why they are keeping that is that because they don't have any information that there is another part of the country that needs that maize and they can pay anything for it. So it is going to depend on us youth playing the role. So the statistics says 70% of the population in the country are below 30 years. 70%. Now, if every youth could play a part in making sure that information gets to the right places, then they're looking at the supply chain and say, where can I find business within the supply chain? So AGRA has been doing something we call village-based advisors. Basically saying, most of them are usually graduates or those who have just finished high school. Get into the agricultural space and make sure that you carry information to farmers, get input to farmers, you become an agro-dealer. That is from the input side. So what about the farming side? Ghana used to do something called Youth in Agriculture. Very, very good. Guys from the university, about 10 of them, they just gather and then they put money together, they start farming. And they're able to do it better than somebody who is in the village. So I want you to look at transport is one of the most lucrative side of the supply chain of this. And you don't actually need to, there's this guy called what? Trigger. Exactly. What are they doing? They have a digital platform. They are able to map where a produce is and be able to organize logistics and make sure they deliver that produce to where it is needed. That is where the youth can play a role. So let me stop here. If not, I can go on and on and on. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Brenda, we have people who have been youth before speaking about what the youth can do to contribute to ensuring the implementation of the Women in Youth Protocol and basically the FCFTA. What are your thoughts about what the youth can do?
All right, thank you so much. Now, the youth, okay, we have some youth that are really already engaged in agriculture. They are really trying their best to make sure that their agricultural enterprises are doing well, but they have some barriers that are affecting them and hindering them from doing their best in the agriculture sector. So I'll first take back the request to the people in power, the people who have the resources and the people who can help these youth to really exploit their potential in agriculture. For instance, how are we going to interest other young people to invest in agriculture when even the young people that are already in agriculture are not getting anything from agriculture? In Uganda, they tell you if you want to cry, invest your money in agriculture, especially as a young person. There is a trending video where a Ugandan youth is telling people that you invested in agriculture, but me, I put my money in a Subaru and now I'm enjoying life. So it has become a laughing matter for people to laugh at the youth in agriculture. But if we could put safe spaces for these young people to be out there, so that when I come and I'm talking about agriculture, youth in agriculture, so I'll give examples. That, for example, you see this person, he is dealing in rabbitry, but he has been able to do this and this. Such things like giving these young people agricultural credit. Most of them do not have access to such. Even those that have access find out that it cannot help them because of the high interest rates. So if the people that are responsible worked on that and made sure that young people have agricultural credit at interest rates that they can manage, maybe the youth will find a way of taking on agriculture and getting a lot from it. Secondly, the trend for young people these days is to be up there. Now, like I was a fellow at the ESC, and I kept on posting. I like posting my things. So I saw someone told me that, so you with your agriculture, you're also there. We always thought that these young people who show interest in politics, young leaders, are the only people who get to such platforms. But I thank God, and that changed a lot of mindsets in young people, that even me with my agriculture, I can be here. So maybe we can also...
I love it, Brenda.
So maybe the ESC can also come up with an accelerator, ESC Youth in Agriculture Accelerator Fellowship, whereby even those young people in agriculture will be like, I can also go to the ESC because of agriculture. And it's not just for show-offs. Maybe we can have a regional hub for agriculture where we train our young people, hands-on skills, so that, the youth want to be up there. So we get them up there, but when they are earning a skill. Some youths are ready, but we need help.
That's my fellow.
That's my fellow. That's my fellow. Notice how she sat here and she's not agonizing. She's not complaining. Making agriculture great again. I don't want to spend the time of this panel asking questions myself, and yet you're here. I know there are questions in the room. I don't know who's assisting me with the microphone. Is it you, Franklin? Please, let's get questions, and I want everyone to take the lead that Brenda has made. Those of you who have been to YouLead before, you know we don't agonize, we organize. So you pick the microphone, don't pick the microphone to complain. We all know what the problem is. We need to hear questions about solutions, or questions that are challenging or trying to improve the solutions that have been given here. Let me get questions from the floor. I'll start with the two gentlemen, because there are three gentlemen. Ladies, what's happening? Four gentlemen, five. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Let's start from there. Please mention the name of the person you're asking questions to. If there's a question, if it's a general one, please also say the same.
Actually, my name's Mkona Suldin Basariro. I come from Uganda. I myself tried to do farming and rearing rabbits, but the challenge we have is the market, mostly the market. That's why my concern is, if you could provide for us the market where we can sell our products, we are ready to invest in whatever we have. Because at first I was dealing in spares, but according to our economy in our country is down. We decide to change where we put our money. So we lack of information and where we sell our products. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. I'm just going to interrupt so that I repeat my instruction. We're looking for solutions. So even if you're presenting a problem of lack of markets, present a problem of lack of markets as you propose a solution, or ask a question. How do we access markets for rabbits? Has everyone understood my format? Next.
Thank you so much, panelists. My name is Salih Ibrahim, and I'm from Uganda. Well, I would go about my colleague's point about the market. In terms of mindset, we have a challenge today whereby we have to change people's mindset, or the youth's mindset, in such a way that some people believe that products that are got from abroad are the best products. So at a point we find ourselves that we cannot support our own products locally made from home, but we tend to think that the products from abroad are the best products. For example, in Uganda we have an initiative of Bubu, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. If at all we can adopt that, and also other East African countries, it could be better, I think.
Having initiatives to buy local goods, or at least goods produced in Africa. Thank you. Next.
Hello everyone. My name is Gloria from Uganda, particularly northern Uganda. Why do I emphasize northern Uganda? Because I have interacted with many Ugandan youth and we are not lazy. Ugandan youth know that the only way to get capital is through engaging in agriculture. But now, in a setting like Uganda whereby everything is politicized with tribalism, even if the funding is there for youth, because of tribalism, we cannot access that. How do you help such youth in Uganda? Then secondly, I may be a youth personally. I am passionate about agriculture. I have a business plan in that. But if I want to expand, coming to Kenya, I realize the borders of these East African countries are not friendly. Yes, we are sisters, brothers and sisters, but our borders are not friendly. Why spend hours at the border checking documents when we are brothers and sisters? Then also the hefty taxes at the border. How do you help me as a budding entrepreneur who wants to flourish in agribusiness?
Thank you very much. Wani?
Thank you, Stella. We need to provide solutions most often because we are partners and we stakeholders to solutions. These blame games will stop. One, we have talked about markets. What I will advise, if we could do maybe per the regions, we could do a platform that creates value additions to the products that our business produce. That will generate a lot because value addition is very important. As he mentioned, he went to Goma and then he saw some of products being produced here and branded in it. So value addition to our products generates in terms of the profits that we need to get in terms of business return. Two, I work for, I'm a success story to YouLead. And when I say I'm a success story to YouLead, I need to provide solutions to whatever I'm doing. One, in one of the projects that we have in the organization that I founded, we provide seeds grants to women group. And that seeds grant is a startup capital for women who are particularly victims of sexual abuse. And we end up, I wish I talked to one of the colleagues yesterday about justice. We provide legal service. We have 5 women, each group we have 15. Now we have 17 groups. Multiply 17 by 15. Now that entire group, they have registered and formed a cooperative society. And all the fundings now, the support that we provide is to scale value addition to the product. They deal in fish. And every time they bring 1 ton of fish to the capital city of Juba. And we see that is the more local solution that we need to find. It's not a big talking that we see. We need to have a basis of this. The second thing is, we talk about business. Economic security when it comes to business is very important. We talk about peace, peace, peace. But if there is no peace, economic security in terms of exchange of goods, like when I was coming at the airport, somebody carried a tin of milk. That is for formal consumption. And then at the revenue authority, trying to say you need to pay just 1 tin for consumption. That shows that there is a bit of insecurity in terms of the products and restricting goods flow. That limit opportunity for people to see here. I think despite we are fighting in terms of federation, there is still a bit of blockage in terms of trade. So in that, what we need to do is, within the East African community, we need to move out, engage with the stakeholders to create a special fund, if it's agricultural funds, that will look at adding value addition to the products and trades to the region. I think that will find a solution to the business. Lastly, in terms of intellectual property rights, that is very important, that every product that we have, we need to have rights to be protected, because those are intellectual capitals, and the intellectual capitals is a great asset that no any other country. If you look at the protocol of Stephen Jobs, up to tomorrow, up to generation, it's protected. But some of us, we sell our idea, and then at the end of the day, we become bankrupt of our idea. Thank you.
Number 5 is on this side. The gentleman sitting next to Doc.
Thank you so much. My name is Gardner Akseta Herbert. I'm from Uganda, and I work with the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. My question is not a question, it's an answer, and it goes with trade. While doing my PhD in international trade law and policy, I came to try to understand AGOA and Uganda, that free market arena. And I realized that today when we are talking about trade, most of our trade experts, as she was there presenting, at least she tackled on something to do with rules of origin. But let me ask the audience seated here, if you have cattle, cows, how many of you know veterinary officers that come to attend to your cattle? Many of us farmers just go to the drug shops and buy these medicines and inject our animals. There's what we have in international trade, NTBs, and in NTBs we have sanitary and phytosanitary measures. You find Africa, we do not export because our goods don't meet the standards. Just look at meat. You know, we have tons and tons, but we don't take it anywhere because the medicine we have used on these animals don't meet the standards of the international arena. So I think if these trade experts can now focus on NTBs, so that a person who's growing
those who don't
tomatoes,
know what NTBs are, he's referring
non-tariff
to
barriers. Yes. If we can focus and understand what kind of chemicals, how much chemicals are we supposed to use, then that will open up that access. And for us, as you said, the other name you used yourself, agriculture, slave agriculture. Yeah, I don't know, slave farmer. Now, if the slave farmer can have that market access, that means you have the money, and the youth will be motivated and inspired by her because now she has access to international markets. The second thing I want to inform us is something that I call systematic slavery. We as youth have been systematically enslaved. Kwame talked about ICT. We all have smartphones, but we have mistaken access to information. Just because you think you have a smartphone, you think you have the information. Definitely you don't. And do you know an average human being has over 10,000 attention grabbers each and every day? And how can you look at problems in your community if you're busy just looking on the small screen syndrome, right? So as an entrepreneur, we are there to solve problems, but you can't solve a problem that you do not know. If you're just moving and being on your smartphone and that is what you're doing for a living and you say, oh, we're unemployed. If you look around, because back to education, the other day, His Excellency was talking about quality education, and I was sitting there and asking myself, what does he mean by quality education, right? Quality education simply means if you're able to understand the environment you're in and go to school to acquire knowledge to solve that problem around. So you cannot know the problem if you're not conscious. So the answer lies in our consciousness. And I will end by telling you a very small, brief story. Steve Jobs, right? You guys know him. He was moving on the streets of New York, and this is a true story. And those days, we who were born those days, he talked about Walkmans, right? The Walkmans had these small headsets with a kawaii in the middle, silver wire. So as he was walking, he realized that everybody was having those headphones which were black. And to him, it hit. It was like, wow, it's happening. That is history. That's when we had the small white headphones. He was the first guy to introduce white headphones. How did he do that? He was conscious of the environment. He looked around and realized, oh, there's an opportunity here. And he grabbed it. So if you are to become a better entrepreneur, if you want to become a great entrepreneur, if you want to solve a problem, be conscious and look around, because the challenges that are out there are enormous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gardner, and I'm extremely excited that you made it to YouLead, because I said I really, really wanted the youth of YouLead to hear from you, and I'm glad we've had this opportunity. Number 6 behind Gardner.
Thank you, Stella, and our facilitators. My name is Yusuf, also from Uganda. Yes, to be sure.
You're
All
getting
right,
this tyranny of numbers.
That's all right. I was on an issue of the agro inputs that contribute to the substandard produce at the end of the day. This has been a consistent issue, mostly young people that engage in agro-business. It's not working. Like, the governments have just given up on us. You go to these suppliers who do the supplies of the inputs, and you get counterfeit products, rather inputs. At the end of the day, a young person is suffering with investing in what is not working. I would think that since we have our sister presented on the African continental something of that trade, could we have a discussion around how member states will encounter counterfeit agro inputs? Because at the end of the day, these same inputs contribute to the products that we put out as producers, as a slave farmer. She will have the products at the end of the day that will be rejected on an international market because of the inputs. The other one was on where those governments that support young people with inputs, they are delayed. Like in Uganda, we get opportunities sometimes to receive some inputs, but they come in at a later stage. Like when the season is ending, it's when they are thinking of supplying. Could we find a better way of supplying? Is it that they are giving us Oktrejako, like in Uganda we saying, okay, let's give them and then we are done with them, like, yeah, we gave them so that they move away, we gave them the produce or the inputs. The last one I wanted to propose, I summarize, is having a bag that would support us in agribusiness, specifically in agriculture, in an East African bag, thank you, that will support the young people in agribusiness, where we can run to borrow money on small interest, other than the commercial banks that come at the end when maybe the season didn't work well and you lost all the produce, you end up losing everything. Thank you, Stella.
Thank you. And finally, the lady. How did the microphone end up there? It was that late. But please proceed, because there have been too many gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted to give a solution or a suggestion to what we can do. Yeah, we have the initiative, or we have the advantage that we are learned. We can access the information from our phones, from the internet. But the question is, are we providing solution? The whole community has contributed to your school fees, and I have got the skills from my university. But I have all this pride that I can go down, explain to a farmer in a native language that that farmer will understand. For example, the post-harvest practices. Do we take the initiative to sensitize the farmers that after the harvest, there is 1, 2, 3 that you need to keep your produce safe until a time comes? I have this privilege that I can go through the social media platforms. We have people from our locality who produce a lot of dengu. I meet this seller, but instead of taking
green grams.
Yeah, the green grams. Instead of taking the initiative of combining 10 to 50 farmers and churning them or connecting them to the seller, I just use my phone for TikTok, for this and that, but I'm not helping the society. So it is we to provide the solution. It is you to understand the practices or the farming from the internet, break it down to the grassroots so that when we grow, everyone grows. Thank you.
Breaking down information, disseminating it because you have access, find that information and ensure that the people who need it then get the information to use it for their businesses. Eunice?
My question goes to Gonaya and the other one goes to Kwame. So to Gonaya, sometimes we have the frameworks in place. However, when you're transferring your products or services from one place to the other, sometimes the problem is the police and asking for bribes. So how do we deal with that, such that by the time you're getting your product somewhere, you do not even have your profits? So how do we deal with that? And then to Kwame, my question is, you started by saying that most of us have been taught to think in a linear way, and we do not think exponentially. And we've been brought up in a system which teaches us to think in a linear way. So how does one come to that place of thinking exponentially, even after going through such a system? Thank you.
I have people online who are waiting to ask questions. Fiona, if you are ready, I am ready as well. Kahiso, if you can hear me, please take the floor. Kahiso, if you can hear me with your question.
Hi, I'm not sure if you able to hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, so what I wanted to check, for example, I'm of the view that agriculture is something that is not taken serious in Africa. So as a platform, I think one of the topics that you need to touch on going forward is agriculture, to ensure that more young people get the skills on agriculture, and also maybe we go to schools and educate young people on agriculture, because food security is a crisis in Africa. So moving forward, we need to ensure that platforms like this, we encourage more young people to go into agriculture so that they are able to feed their nations and other nations in the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kahiso, and I'm glad you got my brief, very succinct. John Bosco, if you can hear me. John Bosco, the floor is yours.
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Allow me to, first of all, appreciate and thank MSTCDC and the partner for organizing this summit, and really appreciate the voice of the youth in terms of charting the path of the Africa we want. I wanted just to give a few reflections on the topic with regard to agriculture and the role of youth in agriculture. And I think the team, the panelists, Ebre, highlighted some of the challenges. But now we need to come up with a solution. The challenges are known. Of course, the issue of infrastructure, the issue of seeds, the issue of climate change, adaptability, and mitigation tools are absent, but the youth have a big role to play with regard to innovation in terms of addressing information asymmetry. I was listening attentively with one of the youth from Uganda mentioning about issues of SPS, issues of standards. Those can be addressed by coming up with an innovative tools with regard to an electronic certificate, and also with regard to tracking and tracing. Another aspect that we need to push, especially the youth need to push, is having a venture capital fund for agriculture. And I think we have a number of key stakeholders like Equity Bank. They are very keen, Eco Bank, ACB Bank. So we need to have a unified voice. The problem with the youth that you don't have a unified voice with regard to agriculture. Can you try to work within association, cooperatives, so that your voice can be heard? So the only solution to address some of the challenges to come together, work together in terms of cooperatives, in terms of association. Finally, I think we need to work, and I'm happy to work closely with the YouLead team. We need to address policy-related issues, issues related to taxation, especially for those agricultural products going through our borders. We need to have a desk, an information desk, and I'm happy that TCDC and others are working closely with women and youth to have like an information desk in all our borders, so that we are able to provide the real-time information to the youth who are trading across borders. So I wanted to really to thank you and appreciate you for those good submission and good initiative. Asanteni sana. John Bosco Karisa, the CEO of East African Business Council.
Thank you very much, John Bosco Kalisa, and I'm so glad you're able to join us online. We appreciate the East Africa Business Council for all the support that you have given YouLead, even for our training programs, and we continue to enjoy the partnership that we have together. I suspected you were the one speaking the moment I had the succinct solutions. I'm going to invite Kabine to make his quick remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Kabine from Sierra Leone. I appreciate for the organizer of this program. I heard the panelists were saying the issue of partnering with other East Africa countries is a difficult challenge. We are calling on them to partner with West Africa countries, especially my country, Sierra Leone. We are open, and then our focus here, our government focus now is feed the nation. That is our slogan. One of the strategies of our government is feed the nation. We are open to all youth from all other Africa countries to partner with us in Sierra Leone so that we can do more agricultural produce from Sierra Leone and feed Africa, not only Sierra Leone. So that is just my contribution.
Thank you very much, Kabine. I'm going to come back to my panel. I really need to land this plane. I really need to land this plane. When I first met, I've not known Nikki for a very long time. For some reason, God sent him my way just as we were planning for the summit. But this gentleman knows someone who sells everything in this world. Through him, I have met, of course, a man who lives on avocado. I have met someone who sells all the red apples in God knows where. I have met someone who sells businesses or buys businesses or registers businesses and sells them to people. So practically, in terms of markets, I'm guessing here that probably he'll be the person to tell us where rabbits should be sold. And the question, Nikki, is what kind of creativity or innovation do young people need to engage in? How do they get creative about identifying markets for their goods?
You know, if apart from me seated here, how many of us are on any particular social media platform?
All of us, almost.
Almost all of you, apart from me, as I said. This is the thing. For the person, I'll respond in this to two people. There's somebody who's talking about financing and somebody who's talking about rabbits, since you've just thrown it my way. The person who's talking about rabbit needs to understand one thing. Understand your product. There is more to rabbits than just rabbit meat. Okay? The most expensive biofertilizer is actually rabbit urine. So how do you tap your rabbit urine and send it across? It's needed by every farmer because we have a world that is becoming health conscious. Okay? People are going away from sprays and getting into biofertilizer. You have it. You have the mother. Okay? There's somebody from South Sudan who talked about fish from a group of women. What happens to these women in the event they go to the market and they lose 60% of their product? Because it's life. We can't buy 100%. Fish skin is actually used in medical circles to make the sutures that you go with, you get into a surgery. Okay? But for us, the moment we lose our fish, we turn back home and blame someone. Okay? Let us be 3 steps ahead of the market. Okay? Then how do we trade? Joram will know. We raise money from 3 Fs, family, friends, and fools. Okay? Identify the 3 Fs in your area to be able to raise capital. Okay? Equity Bank, I had it either from somebody online or the gentleman in a maroon suit. Sorry, I didn't get your name. You're called? Yusuf. Joseph. Oh, it's Joseph. Yeah. Okay, I'll just call him what I want. So, he talked about funding. Equity Bank actually has a fund of $30 billion to help agriculture. I have the privilege to sit with these people, and I know the East African community has not even claimed 5% of this fund. It is there. The rules are not so restricted. You just need to prove that you have a market for your produce. Okay? And no matter how much technology Kwame tells you will ever happen on this globe, no human being will ever drink a downloadable anything. True or false? We have to step out and eat. All of us are going to have lunch now. We can't send you a link to download lunch. True or false? So you are the backbone of human life. But you're sitting comfortably in a place called Arua, thinking somebody in a place called Mandera does not need your soya beans. You're seated comfortably in Goma, yet you can access your catfish from Kisumu. You're seated comfortably in a place called Katesh, yet Kenya consumes all the maize from Tanzania. But you have not sat down and understood this. Somebody talked about phytosanitary. I trade across borders. I currently have like 6 trucks of maize coming into Kenya. Okay? Thing is, it has been aligned. My people perish for lack of what? It has been aligned. Take the risk. Because the phytosanitary protocols in the East African community are shared. Okay? It is a single document. You just go online if you're Kenyan, apply for it, print it. Okay? Tell me your challenge is data. I will buy. But don't tell me the problem is a phytosanitary certificate. You as a Ugandan, the Ugandan authority under the Ministry of Agriculture also shares phytosanitary protocols with all East African countries. That's why as a Kenyan, I can comfortably bring anything from Uganda. Okay? There's a company called Tyson Feeds in Uganda. I trade with them. Okay? Under all phytosanitary protocols. It's just a matter of knowing what policies and regulations govern the other people. And 2, you don't really need to be in that country physically. Okay? There's a reason you are here. If you leave this place without the contacts of people in 4 different countries, then you
are the problem.
Thank you. So, you see, and sorry to use this unconventional term, if worse goes to worse and you need to get a relationship with somebody from another country, you can't even go on Tinder. You will get them. Okay? Go, you are a young entrepreneur. Never look at the challenges on your desk. Okay? The moment you look at the challenges on your desk, you will never lift a finger to do anything. Because I kid you not, they are there. Okay? Wake up today, get 6 people here. Part of the fellows, there's somebody who deals in medical technology. Okay? Sadly, that technology is not in Kenya. But this guy will go home and post selfies of whatever happened in this forum. But talk about the business. Talk about your impact. You're all businessmen or upcoming businessmen. Okay? Business is 1, never easy, and 2, very easy. It all depends on your mentality. East African community has over 438,172,000 people. Yet you're comfortable trading with 6 people in Kinshasa and you call yourself global. Okay? Just because somebody went online and bought your perfume and you did not spend $1 transporting it, you call yourself global. Okay? Everything you're doing on this platform has been done by someone. As a businessman, this is where now I sadly have to agree with Kwame. Sadly. Create convenience. Okay? Everything has been done, but nothing has been done in a convenient way. How much is it to take Uber from here into town? 800 shillings. It's raining, it can be 1,000. How much is it to take a matatu from here into town? It's 50 shillings. How much is it from Oyster Bay into Bungo? Very little. But how much is it using an Uber? What has Uber done? They've just created what? Convenience. Find a way of conveniently having your product get to your client. We live in a potentially lazy society, so everyone will want things in their house. Glovo, whoever brings food. Okay? Partner with them. You are in Uganda, the supplies company. Okay? Just go a step ahead and know what more can be done with whatever I am doing. And sadly, we've converted this session into agricultural. Locking people who have 3G technology, like Kwame. Okay? Kwame, I am sorry, but your relevance will come. There comes a time. Okay? It's biblical. Okay? You will get there. So, the East African community, which is a good thing that we're all talking about agriculture. Do you know why? It's our backbone. What's the backbone of Kenya? Agriculture. Tanzania? Agriculture. Uganda? Working with baboons and Tanzania. You see, you need to think what is done in this country that can actually be sold everywhere. So please, as you're seated here, you have a platform of YouLead, which creates a sense of trust, and I hope all of you are trustworthy. My joy and pride will be tomorrow, somebody coming to me and tell me, I met you at the YouLead conference. Personally, I trade in avocados. I import 99% of avocados from Tanzania into Kenya to wherever part of this globe. Okay? I sell machines that sort avocados. I do everything in my line. Okay? Come and tell me. I know 72 farmers of avocado. Okay? I need them. I can't access them. I don't know everywhere. I only know parts of where I can get. Yeah? Here you are. Yeah. You can come, by the way, on a serious note. See me, I'll introduce you to people you will sell your rabbit urine to. Okay? But just make sure it's done well. They will send people to train you and you will be supported. But I'm not going to do it to you alone. Okay? Find a group of 10, 12 people in your area. Get my contacts from Stella if she's comfortable enough to give you. Or I'm not on social media. You can't follow me, I can't follow back. So, I'll give you my contacts. But get a group. It is worthless to help an individual. Get a group, that way you're able to get volumes.
You will finalize
I don't want
Ugandans.
I don't want Ugandans only. I want you to be the lead of the East Africa rabbit urine things. Okay? So, that is my commitment to you, but I don't want you to be only in Uganda. Get contacts of people here. People have rabbits in their homes, but they don't know what they're doing with. Yes, and we will help you. Okay, that's my pledge to you. Any other farmer, come. When it comes to market, I will help you access that market. Unfortunately, after I am done, I will go. But if you find me before I disappear, Kwame knows I disappear, and I disappear faster than I appeared. Okay? If you find me before I go, I'll find a way of, or drop me an email, nicky.abayo@gmail.com.
For as long as you're on our database, we can organize to give you access to Nikki so that you have, or make those arrangements. But like you had, you need to be serious.
Yeah, just get me the best quality. Be sure, just because I've promised you does not mean I'll skip steps of ensuring quality. If it's not quality, just as Kwame's computer, garbage in. Thank you, and that's my plate. See me.
Thank you very much, Nikki, and thank you for having the exact effect I wanted. I needed us to understand that we need to research the businesses we engage in. You cannot blame the government for engaging in counterfeit goods. You cannot blame the government for not having a market for your rabbits. Why did you even get into rabbits in the first place? You cannot blame the government for the quality of jeans you wear. It is your eyes that went to the shop. It is your eyes that picked up the jeans. If they get torn while you're doing your presentation, that's your wahala. Now, I'm going to quickly bring in Honaya. Honaya, there's conversations about friendly borders, hefty taxes, trade blockages, and of course, non-tariff barriers, especially linked to the quality of goods. And you had already started us off on conversations about the rules of origin, and I think I've had across the room conversations about how do we make our goods standard. As Nikki was talking, he was telling them, I will reject if it does not fit a standard. How do we address those issues under the CFTA?
Hello, yeah. Thank you so much, Stella. And I think let me also appreciate the way the conversation is coming out, because when I started my presentation, I asked, who amongst you here are into 9-to-5 jobs? And only 5 people raised. And I asked, how many of you here are entrepreneurs? Only 6 people raised. How? Meaning the rest are just hanging somewhere, waiting to blame the president. So I love the fact that this conversation went to the root of the problem of the young Africans. Sometimes it is us that we are creating all these problems for ourselves. I'm going to give you an example. YouLead has shared the program for this meeting, right? How many of you had just went through it yesterday and wondered, what does even AFCFTA stands for? Before you come and listen, what is the AFCFTA? So the root of the problem, sometimes, yes, our leaders are corrupt, but sometimes it is us, the young people. And I think it's a common thing among African governments that there's young unemployment, there are corrupt leaders, and we're no more going to be blaming presidents, all of us, even in Botswana right now, they're roasting the president online. Ghana, roasting Nana Addo online. Kenya, I can't even say it. But you are going to stay there on TikTok, scrolling, looking at that content creator, roasting brutal, and you have nothing you are doing. While there are opportunities, he is an entrepreneur on ground. Have you heard him saying any challenge right now? He has came up with all the solutions that he has came across as an entrepreneur. He has all the instruments at hand that EAC offers cross-border traders. EAC of all the regional economic communities, it's one of the most active regional economic community. It even has a simplified trade regime. What is a simplified trade regime? It actually has been there before the AFCFTA itself. A simplified trade regime is a document that facilitates easy trading for young people and small-scale traders. Meaning that if you are going to come forth and talk about cumbersome documentation and procedures that takes place at the borders as an entrepreneur here in EAC, you have not done your research. What I'm trying to say is we may come up with all these initiatives as policymakers, governments, but if you don't take time yourself as young people in trade to research about policies that your governments and development partners are putting forward, you are not going to be able to accelerate your businesses or your innovation, right? Someone spoke about lack of information, which is so surprising that all of us have smartphones. How many of you right now are following YouLead, AFCFTA Secretariat, UNDP? But of course, all of you are following Nicki Minaj because you have more interest on Nicki Minaj than developing your life. You understand? So it's about passion. If you could give your hustle the passion you are giving as a fan to Nicki Minaj, you will see that a president is just given a ceremonial position in your life. Why? Because you know what you want, you know where to get it, and you know how to do it. So just to address the question specifically on the AFCFTA issues of standardization on African products, I also actually mentioned the rules of origin manual or instrument that has been developed by the AFCFTA. And of course, if you have traded under the AFCFTA, I know it will come. We actually have the Guided Trade Initiative for Youth, and I think I'm looking forward to you being part of that Guided Trade Initiative next year, February. But under the Guided Trade Initiative that was done by the 7 selected countries, when it came to the issue of standardization, it has also been tackled by the certificates that are coming with the rules of origin. I think I've also tried to specify this during my presentation to say that there are 2 types of certification that are going to come under the rules of origin. There is the one that will be common, that will be used by African traders to say that I have rabbits from Uganda. You will go through those procedures that finds out if you are eligible to trade under the AFCFTA, and once you meet all the criteria, you will be approved, you'll be given that certificate. But there is also a certificate that is simple, that will be used for young entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs, just so that they also don't go through certain requirements that might be needed for already established businesses. I also wanted to take care of the other question my colleague, she asked about immigration officers. She didn't say immigration officer, but she said police. I'm sure you wanted to say immigration officers. And these are the most important stakeholders actually when it comes to trading across borders. These are the people that actually makes work hard for us, right? Because they are requesting for, of course, bribes and all these things. But meanwhile, we are saying we are developing a document that is going to allow you as a young entrepreneur or as a woman to trade for free. But there's someone out there who's going to just make it difficult for you just so that you give them something. And I think within the protocol, as we were negotiating about this protocol, these questions came forward, and it is being addressed within certain provisions that are under monitoring and evaluation. And if I may recall very correctly, there's also an article that talks about redress mechanisms. And if you know what is a redress mechanism, there's some of those mechanisms that, you know, are supposed to be confidentially, where traders would be airing their issues without necessarily being known who has reported who. And I always say that I personally, I don't come back from a low background, but of course I was a trader before. Actually, I'm still a trader. Yes, my side hustle, I have a Kente shop in Botswana, but it sells mostly, if you have been to Southern Africa, you will understand that we really put on African print. So it's in high demand. And you know in Makola, it's very cheap. And if I buy it at 70 cedis in Makola market in Port Harcourt in Nigeria, and I sell it at 300 pula, no one will know. Me, I'm making profit. But also within that shop, I have products like shea butter, black soap. There's another one that is actually giving me more money currently. Apparently, there's a herb that men believe gives them good energy. So that one...
Value addition.
A value addition. So that one, I went around Ghana, consulted, and just had to make sure that it wouldn't really put me in trouble. But that's the one that is actually, you know, giving me more money. And the other product that is...
Study your market.
Yes. The other product that is currently giving me more money is that the black soap, women like fair skin, right? And the black soap in a way enhances your appearance. So you need to study your market. The rabbit business, like he's saying, is not solely about rabbit. what else within the rabbit business can you actually benefit from, right? So just to also complete her she also asked about, okay, I'm finishing. The redress mechanism, it's within the AFCFTA protocol on women and youth, so it's there. And I was saying that personally, I'm not coming back from a low background, but being part of these negotiations and being part of trade policy negotiation for some time now, I can tell you that the AFCFTA is one of the policies or agreements that I have ever seen member states being committed. You understand? I'm going to give you an example. When we drafted the first draft of the protocol on women and youth and trade, we did not have SMEs. And member states came back, and when I talk about member states, I mean the government's representatives came back and said, how come? But the lawyers in the room said that an SME cannot be part of a protocol. And they said, then this is not going to benefit women and youth. Because most of the people that are small-scale traders are who? Women and youth. And they told the lawyers, go back to the drawing table, read your law, and make sure that SMEs are part of this. So this is a protocol that is actually, it's a part of the agreement. And if you know, as a government, when you ratify this agreement, these are binding agreements. And when we say they are binding agreements, it means that in any case that you do not implement what you have agreed, there are certain sanctions that will be given to countries. And if you sanction a government, who is being affected? The young people who are trading across borders. So I'm sure that governments will make sure that all these provisions and that comes with protecting young people and women to trade across borders will be really implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honaya, for responding to those questions. I'm going to request my panelists to please work with me so that we can save time. I know we have responses to all the questions, but let's just respond to the ones that I've assigned you. And then if there's a very burning issue that you need to add it. I had planned to request Mr. Isaac to respond to the question on information, but it seems we are oversubscribed on the people who demand that you go out there and look for information and stop waiting for it to come as an offering. So then the second question has got to do with the subsidies for business, including for agriculture, coming late. How do the businesses buffer themselves, especially if they're still depending on subsidies, from delay of some of those the support that they receive from governments or other sources?
I'm not sure if I am the right person to answer that question, because somehow in our economics terrain, subsidies is not something that we encourage that much. Of course, it's needed where there is market failure. But it's been probably, I would say, it's just the implementation of such subsidies, and then we keep on talking about smart subsidy. I've got a lot of things lined up, and I just realized, as you said, in forums like this, you can't say all you want to say, but we can only give pointers, and that is why, like he said, knowledge is power. You need to just acquire it. I heard a gentleman talking about some kind of programs in terms of how do we assess those programs. I was thinking of my colleagues at the back there who are into, their program is called Generation Africa. We have what we call CALA, which is basically training also some of these our youth into agribusiness. I really wanted to say that we narrowed the discussion to agriculture. But rightly so. So there are a couple of things that are on my mind, apart from the question you asked, is that we need to look beyond just at agriculture. When we what we call servicification, if you really check through the agricultural supply chain and you calculate the amount of services that goes into agriculture, you realize that services is far more important, or is larger in the agricultural supply chain than the actual produce that we produce. And actually where the value is in terms of agriculture, agribusiness, is rather the service side. So the inputs side, the post-harvest management, storage, value addition, transportation, financing. And you know, if you put somebody in an estate farm, you realize that they need medical services, they need education, they need so many things which is services in an agricultural setting than just the actual farming. And so that is an area that I would want to draw attention to. You talk about, what do you call it? Subsidies. Subsidies is a form of service. Somebody talk about input financing. I think one of the gentlemen talks about input financing. It's a service. And so we need to critically look beyond just the agriculture, and that is why we talk about agribusiness and not just farming. There are just so many things you could do with agriculture, and so that is an area that we need to. But just to broaden the discussion, that we are not only talking about agriculture, we are talking about so many things about implementing the AFCFTA, and not just agriculture, because agriculture is a predominant economic activity. That's why it looks like we keep on talking about it. But so I thought I could put my colleagues on the spot to talk about some of this program that is trying to support youth in agribusiness, and Agra gives a lot of funding in that respect. There is a lot of awards that goes, people winning about $100,000 for agribusiness, and so forth. I don't know whether we could give them some chance to talk about it. They could talk much better in terms of those programs that Agra runs in terms of supporting youth in agribusiness than myself. I can talk about the trade aspect. Sure.
I think we will try and see what we can tweak in the program in the afternoon to just give them a chance to share about that, especially because capital came up severally in the conversation, and I think it's extremely important that we share that. Apart from that, Mr. Isaac, I have more faith in you on this panel than you do have of yourself. Indeed, you have responded to the question. One of the pieces of feedback that I needed, the farmer who was complaining about delays in subsidies. You cannot have your farming or your business depending on subsidies, because subsidies are a stopgap measure. And so you can only use subsidies for the period when you need to be empowered to access the space. Once you have accessed market, make sure that your business then sustains itself, and you're not constantly waiting for government to send farm inputs, and if they don't send them, you're not able to practice your agriculture. I'm going to quickly jump to Joram. Joram, money people, you've had them. Yes. Everyone is looking for money, venture capital for agriculture. People are proposing the establishment of new ones, and I know there are existing ones. Talking about corruption in funding, capital for businesses. What are you people doing to our people as they come for money?
Okay. You will allow me to say some things that might annoy you, but it might be for your own good, if you allow me. Number one, Stella, allow me right at the top to be political. Please do not vote in a corrupt MCA, member of parliament, governor, and president, and then come back and say that you're having issues at the border and with the rest, yet you put those people in power. So just know that your first responsibility is put in good leaders. Otherwise, if you vote them in and then you don't hold them to account, and then you complain, you're shooting yourself in the foot. I'm very passionate about that. Number two, successful entrepreneurs do not wait for things to come to them. They go out and get it. There is no entitlement in entrepreneurship. Nobody around the world, from Mark Zuckerberg to people in China to here, get wealth handed to them on a silver platter. Nobody has that happening unless you're born to a billionaire. Okay? Number three, we run mediocre businesses, but we want funding. You don't keep accounts, you don't keep audits, you don't manage your money well, you don't learn how to do a proposal that can get you funded by a venture capitalist, because there's a way they want to see those finances. If you're not going to learn all these things, do not expect that people will lower the barriers for business for you and come and give you handouts. It's not going to happen. Okay? So at the end of the day, please build a mentality that there is no excuse for failure. The responsibility for success for your business lies with you having a mindset of no excuses. I've run businesses for 17 years. I've never bribed a single official in this continent. And I do business in many countries. Never. Okay? I make millions of shillings. Okay? But I've never bribed a single official. And it's because I don't give excuses. I've sat in police stations until they let me go. I have insisted. I have lost money. But it gets to a place when they get to know this guy will never bribe us, and down the line they'll serve me without a bribe. In other places I become innovative with technology, I outsmart them and still keep the law, and I make money. Remove excuses from your mind, you're going to succeed. Okay, you'll find the information you need. There has never been more capital in the world today for entrepreneurs than today. More than $700 billion, whether it's from Western venture capitalists or local. Okay, he mentioned Equity Bank. There is Kenyan, my venture capitalist is a Kenyan. Okay, putting in more than $500,000. Okay, if you do not think these things exist, you will not find them. Okay, so I may sound hard, but that's the mentality that's going to make you successful. Do not wait for things on a silver platter. Go out and get them. Governments follow entrepreneurs. Okay, if 50 of you are complaining consistently at the border of corruption, those people will be fired. Okay, but the government will follow what we say needs to be done. And if we are not already doing business across borders, if we are not coming together in groups like this and demanding that our politicians, who we will vote out if they do not do what we want, okay, don't put them back again in 2027 in Kenya and then come back and say the policies that we want are not there. Okay, vote in somebody who will put in the policies. In fact, if you're a business person, fund the person who you want to win. Okay, stop sitting back and waiting for things to happen. Go out and make things happen.
Thank you very much, Joram. You did not fall short of my expectations, especially on that part of voting the people who will make your business happen. Voting for people who, there's a question that Kwame asked in the morning about whether you're wicked or you are being efficient. You voting the person who will make your business work is wisdom. Some of you may think it's nepotism, but when you're talking about business, it's a different conversation. So what I hear, Yusuf, what I hear Joram saying is that for those administrative issues that need to be addressed and are not being addressed, but their policies already existent, advocacy. And stop wasting your vocal cords doing it alone. Gather like-minded people who are doing business in the same sectors and engage in advocacy. You have been told if you walk out of this room without knowing the people who have the same struggle you have, that you can either campaign with, or people who have the same opportunities you have so that you can grow your opportunities, then you have wasted the travel opportunity you had to come here. Kwame, I had questions about intellectual property, and I want to drop that on your lap. The second one is about education, having cultured us or prepared us to think in a linear manner. How do we transform ourselves to think exponentially? And the last one that I'm going to leave to you is the consciousness of the environment that we are in.
Okay, I like how they turned me into a decoration on this panel. Yeah, Nikki, me and you are starting a business, and I'm taking that brooch to West Africa. So I'm a knowledge merchant. That's what I'm paid for. So I'm not gonna let them whip me in agriculture. No way. Two frameworks you need to know with technology that would help you if you're in agric. Check out something called hydroponic farming, HYDROPONIC, hydroponic farming, and precision farming. I'm not going to be able to talk about that because it's not in. For those of you who spoke about capital, have you heard of the concept of crowdfunding? Anybody knows about this? Crowdfunding? Has anybody here tried? Did you raise money? Yes. Guys, our brother just said it, never in the history of the world has it been so easy to access capital than today. Do you know the idea of, for those of you who don't know the idea of crowdfunding, is you take whatever your idea, your concept, your business, your product is, and you take it to platforms that already has thousands, some even hundreds of thousands of people who will literally contribute $100, $50, $20, but they only do it based on the legitimacy of the value you are proposing. So that if Nikki and I come up with a brilliant idea, every form of funding has failed, we can build a prototype, use storytelling, a single phone to film what problem we're solving, the prototype we've built, how it works, take it to crowdfunding and say we're trying to raise $100,000, and if you guys give us that money, we're going to put this amount of equity, or we're going to split this amount of profit. And like our brother here who has raised money, you raise $100,000 in a month. Sometimes without leaving your country, getting on the flight, or even leaving your room. Anyway, so information is there. The problem is you're looking at anything but the thing that is going to solve your problem. Now, 3 questions to answer. That one is a very, very important one. The thinking from linear local to exponential global. And it ties into education. So I'll try and answer it on 3 levels. On the general level, our education needs to be rewired from ground up. And this is a conversation that needs to happen at all levels. We need to start with parents, for instance. There are certain concepts that are brought in and that are programmed into us without realizing. And oftentimes you can't blame anybody. Our parents parent us how they were parented. Have you heard the concept of head people? So people who had a certain, that's the reason why all our parents will insist, go to school, go to university, get a job, and secure yourself. Because in their world, this is all they knew. And in their world, that system worked. So the only issue is they have not acclimatized themselves with new forms of operating systems that are running the world. So out of the genuineness and their love for us, they're trying to protect you. Sometimes that very protection can lead you into trouble. So I think we need to rewire from our education from ground up. It needs to start from parents right from childhood, allowing kids to access a certain kind of environment. I was doing a deep dive study into education. The kind of colors you are exposed to from the time you are birthed to the time you are 5 can actually influence the way you see the world till you die. Some of us grew up in and of course poverty is part of this reason. When I was growing up in a small village it's called Domahinkro in Bronga. Half of my brother is Ghanaian, by the way. We were speaking our language after we finished the session. Domahinkro there, we used to have these buildings that are made of clay. You know, huts. Clay. If all you saw in your life was that brown color, your brain will kick now. You know, so it's very, very deep. If we want to go into it, it's a deep, but we need to rewire parenting. Parents need to allow children to explore, to play. They need to connect. They need to discover. They need to understand sound at a very early age. They need to understand color. They need to be encouraged. The way we transmit knowledge, specifically in Africa, is from a place of higher concentration via harsh instruction to a place lower concentration. So we don't facilitate learning, we force down information. Is the reason why we can't even foster a reading culture, because nobody sat us down to explain to us, dude, when you read and you write, you are powerful. It's an intellectual superpower for you to be able to disseminate concepts and communicate and articulate your thoughts. This is why you need to read and write. Have you guys realized how difficult it can be for you when they are forcing you to learn math? But if you are in business and you deal with numbers, you don't struggle to do your math? It's because learning outside of purpose is hard. Learning in purpose is easy.
Correct.
So that's for the education. It needs to be rewired from the parenting. Governments need to update the curriculum. We need to look at what is real, what is practical. We need to look at the current global market and start building our students for those global markets. On a personal level, which is where we should focus this conversation, the final answer is something called personal agency. And I think everybody on here, and again, the reason why I have vowed in my head I'm going to do business with you is because I like people who take personal agency. Absolutely. The world is wired such that it is those who can circumvent and solve the challenges that get rewarded the most. Mark Zuckerberg solves 4 billion people's problems by putting them together. And that's why he's a filthy rich billionaire. So personal agency is the idea that information, and he said it, for lack of knowledge my people perish. The first thing you need to do with rewiring your brain from local to exponential is first to identify that the shift has already happened. The shift has happened. That's where you got in this conference when I got on the stage and I told you what I told you. So the awareness that the shift has happened. The second is the conscious effort to keep track with what's happening with the shift. I'll give you guys a very simple example. I said this to my fellows about 3 days ago. Any of us here Christians? So I can use this example. Any Christians in the house? Fantastic. There is a very simple analogy I want to create. Do you guys remember that when Jesus was about to die, I'm not preaching, it's just a simple example. When Jesus was about to die, he went up there with 3 disciples, and when he came back in 1 hour, they were asleep. Out of those 3 disciples, 2 of them were brothers who used to fish all night. They didn't sleep when they were fishing all night. Think about that. Priority and where your treasure is, your heart will be there. Are you with me? So it wasn't that the guys had the problem with staying awake. They could work all night and not catch any fish, and they would be awake. But when they were up there with Jesus, the priority was not that strong, so they will fall asleep. That's a lot of us in this room. You see this young boy do what he does. A lot of you are admiring. A few people would love to speak the way I speak. Anybody? This is 6 hours of research a day, 2 hours of mirror rehearsal a day for the last maybe 10 years. Are you ready to commit? So our people.
Why are you not clapping for 6 hours of research?
Our people have a lot of wishful thinking, and we mistake it for passion. We want people's finished product without their process. The microwave idea. We don't want to put it on fire for it to boil so that we get burned by the fire. Just take it, put it in the microwave, put it in chai, and then wear Nikki's suit. It won't happen. So the second thing is the commitment. Guys, as I sit here, I don't know who I was talking to. I think it was my special assistant for reporting. I was telling her I have Google Alerts. How many of us know how Google Alerts work? Google Alerts. Has any of you set it? Yep. Google Alerts on every single topic I'm concerned about. Any news that comes out with the word artificial intelligence hits my email the moment it comes out. Any news on social media, any news on farming, any news on innovation, the keywords that matter to me, I get first-hand information by the minute. That's how much I'm committed. And every day, no matter how busy I am, I spend at least 30 minutes to an hour going through all my Google Alerts. Look at the headlines, look at the new breakthroughs, the innovative products, who is doing what, who is releasing the funds. So I am well informed. Our world is now information-based. Sir, I never knew that urine of rabbits was one of the best bio fertilizers. Thank you for that information. Now this is what I'm going to do with it. This is my trick, and I end this till I want to give them something to work with. When you tell me something I don't know, it is the worst thing you can do to me. The next time I meet Nikki, I will know so much about bio fertilizers. He will be shocked that he told me about biofertilizers.
I like it.
I will watch every documentary. I will read every research paper. I would have a conversation with him. I will find out who he learns from. I would read those persons. I learned 7 generations up. I'm serious, guys. I learned 7 generations up. Stella had a conversation with me 4 days ago. She mentioned key things. I wrote all of them. I've been researching. Now I'm going to find out who Stella's mentors are. I'll find out who those people's mentors are. I'll find who those people's The next time I meet Stella, I don't end up.
Okay, let's... Simple. Let's do this.
Here is a problem. I didn't even see him taking the notes when we were having the conversation, so I'm surprised he's now looking for my mentors.
Stella,
yes?
I need to say this. It can't just end like that.
It can't. I'm begging you to let me land this plane. I promise.
This is what you're going to do. Instead of Kwame learning on rabbit urine, we leave this place, go register a company that will supply rabbit urine across Africa, and we have suppliers. Done?
I promise that this rabbit urine and businessmen do business with handshakes.
We are done.
I will not allow you to take air from the lungs of my favorite panelist, and she's a favorite because she's my fellow. Value addition, agriculture, growing avocado, banana, I don't know what, rabbit poop, or is it urine, or whatever it is. Someone gets into agriculture and decides to do something differently. She's not going to talk in detail about it because later on this afternoon she'll be doing a perfect pitch. But I just want you in 3 lines to tell them what you're doing with agrotourism.
Okay.
At first, when I read her application, there were 752 of them. I did not understand what agrotourism is and why my panelists were selecting someone to come and do agrotourism. But I have fallen in love with what this girl is doing. Talk.
Thank you so much. Now, agrotourism is basically tourism in agriculture. All the things these gentlemen have spoken here, we now take young people to see them at the farm, and to that benefits the young people because they get information, and at the same time that benefits the farm owners because they earn revenue that is not from their farm work but from the people that visit their farms.
And then the young people pay you for taking them to a farm they could go to alone.
Yes, but they do not know where these farms are.
Thank you. Value addition. You heard Mr. Isaac talking about services. Yes. If you don't like getting your hands dirty because you're a slave farmer, then value addition. Take the young people who have refused to research about a farm to the farm and show them what they need to see. Okay? The last question that you had asked, and this is how I'm going to land this plane, and allow me to land it, please, because I'll start getting invoices for people's time here. You talked about climate change, food security, and I think it was seed. We cannot execute this topic sufficiently in this conversation, but tomorrow between 11, this very session, we're going to have another conversation about climate change. And as I told you the day before yesterday in my opening speech, I had a conversation with the Secretary General of the EAC on Sunday at dinner, and he mentioned that he's leading a delegation to COP28. So one of the commitments we made was to provide a write-up from that session that he's going to carry as part of his advocacy material for COP. And we are hoping that some of the recommendations that will come from this place will go into the negotiation that the ESC is going to be leading. For me, why that question, and I can't quite remember who I think it was, must have been someone online who spoke about the climate crisis and its relationship to food and seed, is because we are in so much trouble, and I don't think we understand how much trouble we are in. Your grandmother was responsible for seed banking. So if you visited your village, you'd find a small structure next to her house where she would keep seed, and she used to hand over some of that seed to someone in your community. I don't know who it is. Probably you're going to learn about it when you start doing research on this topic. From the community that Joram comes from, that person was women in the community who would take the seeds to the top of Mount Kenya. These women, because not of inability to carry the seed, but because they were not going to do men's jobs, would be accompanied by strong young men to carry the seed up to a certain point of Mount Kenya, and then the rest of the journey would be done by those women. Why? Mount Kenya has ice caps, and that's where they used to store their seed. They would do the same journey to go and collect the seed and come and hand it over to farmers to grow. Are we together? That process enabled them to conserve seed that was good for growing, and they were able to plant and grow food, and they were in charge of the food in their community. In the journey, they would constantly transfer knowledge to these young people about seed. So these young men who were accompanying them would be fathers who knew what to teach their daughters about seed banking, and they would transfer the knowledge to their children, and they would take over from the older women when they could no longer climb Mount Kenya. Today, the seed that Joram's mother is growing is not controlled by Joram's mother, because somebody legislated and decided that the power to decide which seed is grown has been taken over by government. That person who legislated did not also take time to legislate about where that seed would be kept nationally. For those of you who have capitalists as presidents, I am not mentioning any president. They have now decided that you cannot even grow recycled seed in your country. You have to buy seed that has been cultured by multinational corporations. Some of you know their names, like Monsanto. Okay? And for you to grow that seed, what do? You buy. The place where all the seeds in the world are stored, it's called the Doomsday Vault, is in a place in this world called Svalbard. Do you know where Svalbard is? Anybody? Svalbard is in Norway. Not in Norway, the capital of, or not Oslo, somewhere in a corner somewhere. For you to access that place, you have to get past a barrier of military officials. They are conserving every single seed in this world, including Kenyans, managu. Ugandans, what is that seed that you're keeping of that banana that you like? They are conserving all that seed for the day when the world will not have any more seed and will need to culture seeds afresh. When that time comes, your grandmother who could have had this seed will not be available, or even if she's available, she will not be able to make decisions about that seed. And because you still love matoke and managu, you will have to go and buy from Svalbard. All this happened while you are buying food from the shop. Are we interrogating the food production systems? Are we interrogating the systems that we use to produce to ensure that then they serve our purposes? I highly, highly encourage you to take time to interrogate that, so that by the time we are having conversations tomorrow, we're having conversations about how to bring back the power to feed ourselves, to us. We stop handing over this power to multinational corporations because they will not serve our purposes. Are we together? Yeah. With that, bon appetit. Please appreciate my panel.
Huh? I have an opportunity for funding.
There's an opportunity for funding. Jerome, are you going to be leaving this afternoon?
I just wanted to mention quickly, if you look for the Nairobi Climate Hub, if you have ideas, businesses around climate change and what she's talking about, we have an opportunity for funding. You can apply. If you get selected, there'll be acceleration and funding for those who get selected. It's Pan-African. It's open to all African youth. Yeah.
And I encourage Jerome to stay on because we have pitches this afternoon and to be nice to point my people towards funding. But with that, I think my panel is definitely going to try and have lunch. Ask as many questions as you can, but also let's get ready tomorrow to make recommendations that will bring power to feed, to seed, back to us and not give it away. Bon appetit.
Thank you.
Mic check. We have 45 minutes for lunch. One announcement is that we are being kindly requested, and this is not, you can do it now, but if the lunch time doesn't allow, you can do it later. Kindly pick your gift bags as you go for lunch. They are by the tent. And then secondly, we are going to take some time, at least before the afternoon session, to have social media engagement. We acknowledge that internet has been a challenge, but we are going to have a specific time for that. Kindly do it over lunch. Tweet, post the selfies that we took with Kwame and your partners. Kindly tweet, hashtag YouLead23, post on Instagram, post on Twitter, on Facebook. Let's use the time after lunch and even now to post. 45 minutes, we'll be back here at exactly 2:45.
never gone to school.
So the system all right at all.
He didn't know any sound. He didn't know anything. He was like a child who has never gone to school.
Timothy
Verse 1 to 10. He didn't know any sound. He didn't know anything. He was like a child who has never gone to school.
Timothy is a child
The people walking in, we're just posting any memory or any inspiring text from today. We're taking time to deliberately post, okay? So it can be on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever platform you want to do, at least one post, if you're on those platforms, okay? So are we almost done? Almost done? Ladies and gentlemen, almost a minute can do? Hey, no one's. You done? Aha. What's happening here? Already posted. Already posted. Already done? Your phone is off. Okay. At about now, we are going to put our phones down, and then we are going to... Today, something struck me. Linear and exponential thinking, right? You remember that session, right? You remember that? Okay. The technical team, kindly project our Swahili lesson for the afternoon, kindly. Aha. So let's all stand. Let's all stand up. You can now leave your phones. You put it down. Now we are going to practice something that we learned. You cannot leave Africa, you cannot leave Kenya without knowing a few Swahili tidbits 101. Let's all stand up. If your post is loading, it will load. It will eventually post. Don't worry. So let's stand. We're waiting for the people at the back, those who have laptops. I know it's a while to put it back. Others have... I hope that's not a plate, right? It's not a plate. Okay. Okay, almost. We're waiting for the last person to stand. Oh, it's still loading, the post. Okay. Our phones down. Our phones down. Aha. So let's count 1 to 6, okay? In English. Let's go together.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Louder, like we took lunch.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now let's count 1 to 6 in Swahili. Let's go. Louder, like we mean it. Let's go again.
Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now that's so in French. Okay. Okay, now we should have anticipated this would happen, okay? But for today, let's keep it to Swahili. Now I hear Luganda, Kinyankore, Kikuyu. Hey, hold on. For today, it's moja hadi. Are we together? Now, we all know that. Now we are going to add a little nuance. Remember, linear versus exponential thinking. We're going to use both sides of our brain, okay? Now, your left hand is my right hand, okay? So I'll ask you to lift up your left hand. Your left. People are left. Left hand, okay? Now lift it like you mean it. Lift it. Lift it. I'm using my right, but it's okay. Awesome. Now, this is what we're going to do. Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita. Are we together? Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita. Are we together? That's for your left hand, okay? Now let's go together. 1, 2, go.
Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita.
Some people are not sure. Okay? Now it's not here like, you know, this is a salute for, you know, eh? It's straight up, okay? So let's go together. Shout it out.
Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Now that's for your left hand. Now for your right hand is very easy. For your right hand, which is, okay? It's just going to be up and down, okay? Moja, mbili, tatu, nne,
5, 6. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Powerful, powerful. Now, here is where now left and right side of our brains come in. Now let's try to do it simultaneously, okay? Left, just keep counting. Moja, remember, your right hand is doing what? You just up and down, okay? Your left hand is doing what? Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, and we will do it slowly, okay? Let's do it slowly, okay? It's very possible. Let's go. 1, 2, go. Moja, mbili, tatu. Hold on. Hold on. For the sake of now, let's do this. The 3 of you come up front here. The 3 of you. Okay, let's do this. The front row, come up front. All of you, come up front. Because the entire front row, come up front here. Come up front. The entire front row. All of us. Now let's look at them. We are all, yes, we are partners. Front row, line up here. Now, it's very, you need VAR. Now it's very simple. The right hand is just what? Up and down, okay? So let's do the right hand before we go into any other thing. Moja, mbili, tatu, nne. The right hand, let's go together, front row. Hey, some people even are not doing the right hand, okay? Your right hand, okay? Okay, so let's go. Your right hand is the... Okay, now let's do the left hand independently. Moja, mbili, tatu. The left hand alone? Perfectly. Now, why is the energy in the counting? Do not concentrate on the movement. Want you have the same energy, okay? Left hand, shouting. Moja, mbili, tatu. Left hand together. Let's go.
Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, sita.
Good. Now, together, with the same energy, with all the hands, together, using all we have learned, linear and exponential thinking and all the hemispheres of the brain. 1, 2, go! You people go sit down. you got 7. We are going to welcome Kaino, this is your session. Yes, Alfred. Yes, there you are. Handing the mic to you. Two announcements. Someone has lost a laptop, okay? It was in the YouLead gift bags, okay? So if you mistakenly carried the laptop on one of the bags, kindly bring it here to Beatrice. Oh, it doesn't have a laptop, okay? But there is a gift bag here. So kindly, there's a laptop during lunch, it lost the owner. So kindly. Then number 2, someone lost the spectacles, the glasses. If you see glasses lying around, kindly just also bring it to us and we will make sure it finds the owner. Thank you. The laptop, please, if you see in the gift bag, someone lost the laptop over lunch. So kindly let's make sure he or she finds it, okay? Kindly, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Franklin, for that wonderful teaser. Many of us want to think that it's only one side of our brains that can work. There's lots of good news coming in. So don't panic because the laptop has been. Yep. But we need a stronger clap for that because this is amazing. Wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. I don't want to say that, but I have to say it. For starters, my name is Alfred Opio. I'm the founder and CEO at Kano Africa. But most importantly, I am an alumni of this program, YouLead, because my journey started from YouLead. All right? My journey started from YouLead. So just like the guys I'm going to introduce today, I was also here on the same stage. And like I told them, I shared this with them before, the world only has space for outstanding people. Clap for yourselves because you're outstanding. So why do I say that? You will all be given the same resources, but only a few of you will make it to the finish line. All right? So I just want to start by showing you what Kano is doing right now. Like ever since our journey from YouLead in 2020, this is the current work that we are doing in terms of pushing impact in the line of education for early childhood development. So can I please have that video? Oh, it's an internet issue.
Zenna ebale Scovia, mbeera kasokoso. Omwana yali asoma naye nga byasoma tebinsanyusa. Tamanyi kusoma, tamanyi kuwandiika. Taata we yajja n'aŋŋamba netukkiriziganya n'amutwala naye kati ndabawo enjawulo. Asoma, omuwa ekigambo akisoma.
Timothy namuyamba ng'omwana. Yafuna okutegeera okusinga ate we yali.
Naye nagenda olaba nga lumu oba namugamba kino kigambo ki nendaba nga akisomye neŋŋamba nenkebera mu bitabo bye nembuuza Timo gwe wawandiise wano naŋŋamba nagenda okulaba nga buli kyemubuuza akinziramu kati n'oli omukyala wali wenvudde maama samuno Timoseewo kati asoma kubanga ye yalinga amukozesa homework.
My name is Max Timos. I stay in Kasokos. The words raccoon. The words park. The words arm. The words arc. The words hook. The words zigzag. The words foot. The words moon. The words oops. The words sick. The words back. The words ask. The words fish. The words boot. The words noon. The words sharp. The words lip.
Kino sigimanyiiko nnyo naye nze manyi nti eggyeyo omwana wange nze njirabidde ku mwana wange enkyukakyuka kyemukoze mwezi gumu wemulabidde era nkubiriza abasomesa bonna aba nasale bakozese Keino nga Keino bw'eggyeyo Timoseewo.
Fiona Stuart Natkunda is my name. I met him when he had been in kindergarten for 3 years, but surprisingly he couldn't even tell numbers 1 to 10. He didn't know any sound, he didn't know anything. He was like a child.
I know many kids who are age of 5, 6, 7 who can't read and write. So Timothy's parents had given up on him, if you know what that means, because they thought the guy was bewitched. For those of us who understand witchcraft, they thought this guy was bewitched. He was a write-off. But Timothy got a chance to interface with the Kano program, and in just 1 month, that's the result that you can see. Now, so today Kaino is impacting over 3,000 children in Uganda with help from UNICEF. We have now expanded to Nairobi, where we so far have 2 schools that we're testing the model with.
Who has never gone to school.
To Rwanda, Kigali, also to establish Kaino there, you know. So this is the journey. This is the journey. And like our patron said, Sub-Saharan Africa has achieved its all-time high of enrollment in school. You know what that number is? It's now at 99% enrollment. 99% enrollment. Yeah, but before you clap for that, there is bad news from the same report. It shows that only 1 child out of 10 can read with comprehension by the age of 10. It's the same report. Good and bad news. Ladies and gentlemen, I think because of that, it's time for us to turn our eyes to the quality of education in our continent. Thank you. So, without further ado, the time has come, and I'm going to call the first participant for tonight's show. But we need to give these guys some energy. Let's just clap for them before they come here. It's too much pressure. All right. So the first participant is Brenda Asasida. Brenda is from Uganda. She is the founder and CEO of Breeze Agro Safaris. This is a company that seeks to interest, motivate, train young people and persons with disabilities and economically challenged communities to take on agriculture as a sustainable and profitable business. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Asasira Brenda from Uganda. I'm the founder and CEO of Breeze Agro Safaris, a company that seeks to interest, motivate and train young people, persons with disabilities and marginalized communities to take on agriculture as a profitable and sustainable business as a way of creating sustainable food systems. It's estimated that 140 million people in the world are facing acute food insecurity. And the sad part of it is that 1 in every 5 people in the world go to bed hungry. And this is attributed to low agricultural productivity, negative stereotypes young people have towards taking part in agriculture, and exclusion of marginalized communities from taking part in agriculture. 13%, the African Development Bank reported in 2022 that there was a 13% increase in agricultural productivity in Africa. But sadly, 60.9% of Africans are still facing acute food insecurity. And 26% of those people facing food insecurity are urban dwellers, people who leave their villages to come to towns to seek for greener pastures, but they end up sleeping hungry. As Breeze Agro Safaris, we came up with a solution to use agrotourism, urban farming and agribusiness consultancy to break the stereotypes that young people have towards agriculture so that they can engage more in agriculture. We also use urban farming to help the 26% that are staying in urban areas but are facing food insecurity. We also use agribusiness consultancy to increase the agricultural productivity so that we can have more food to feed people and create sustainable food systems. So how does it work? We have a number of methods we use. The first one being farm tours. We do farm tours to interest the young people when they visit farms of successful agripreneurs. They get the zeal to also take part in agriculture. We also have agribusiness internships and apprenticeships where we place these young people on farms so that they can get hands-on skills to take part in agriculture. We also have urban farming. We have contract farming. There are young people who do not have land. Others have land but don't have the resources. So we help them. They become our contract farmers. We give them inputs. They farm, then we buy from them. Our proof of concept, for the first time ever with our partners, we held the first ever food expo in Karamoja region. These are young farmers that have been under our training for the last 2 years, and we are glad to report that they came. We had a group of people from Karamoja exhibiting the food grown in Karamoja. So the world food market value is estimated to be at a staggering 2.3 trillion, and the African market value is estimated to be 313 billion, and the Uganda food market value that we are seeking to serve right now is estimated to be at 15 billion. So we are sure that people need food and the market is there. Our highest, almost threatening competitors are Emburara Farm Launch, but we rank higher than them, because for us we work with our people from the grassroots up to when they sell their market products. We use a number of business models to do our work, but our highest selling business model is the bus agro tours. Bus is Breeze Agro Safaris, where we charge $15 per person who wants to come and tour with us. It has worked since agro-tourism is one of the virgin areas that many people are seeking to get involved in. We hope to put up partnerships with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Industry in Uganda. We also hope to use strategies that attract the youth to our work, like social media, agricultural expos, and all other things that will bring the people we hope to serve to us. Our expansion goals include setting up an agribusiness incubation center in Uganda, where young people will come and get hands-on experience. This is our team. It's made up of active young people that are fighting the same cause with us. It is led by me, the founder and the CEO. Namirembe Florence, she's an agribusiness manager. She's our finance director. Natujika Morris is an agricultural economist. He's our investment director. And we have a diverse group of individuals. This is not just it. So we are here to ask for $25,000, 60% of which we go to the dream of setting up our agribusiness incubation center. We don't have very many of those in Uganda, and I think in the East African community. Then 30% will go to our transport, because transport, we do agrotourism, and a lot of money that we make goes into transport. 5% will go into training manuals, and 5% will go into our urban farming inputs. As I conclude, allow me say this. Access to food is a basic human right, but sadly, millions of people lack access to that fundamental necessity. As Breeze Agro Safaris, we stand here to speak to any individual here whose dream is to promote sustainable food systems, to come and work with us, because we are looking for you. Breeze Agro Safaris, tour, learn and practice.
Awesome. Please. We are just halfway, okay? So let me hand over to the judges to make their remarks before we can call upon the next participant.
All right. Let me start from my left. Let me start from Doc. So you're going to get critical feedback. No judge would tear you down. So take the feedback. And then look at how you can augment it, and that's how it's going to be. So you're going to hear from about 4 judges. Each one will give you feedback, and then I would wrap it up.
Hi. Your topic, your business idea is very timely.
It is a very good idea and goes to the nerve of what is needed in most of our communities. My only advice would be that when you're pitching, you take a deep breath so that you are able to deliver what was and could have been a very powerful message. So that's the only thing, but the idea, spot on.
Thank you. The idea was quite amazing. It should have come last year. You know, that's how relevant it is. But one thing I noticed is that human beings will learn through stories. Now, if you could bring the problem through a story, I think we could incline to listen. You know, you only have 1 second to get my attention. If you don't get it at that time, you'll never get it anyhow. So build a story, but building it on the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really impressive. I agree with the comments of the other judges. Having the SDG pin and that cap on in this among the judges, I would just say it could also serve your purpose to link it to the SDGs, and also the latest icon added to the 17, the leaving no one behind, because that is really also gaining a lot of traction these days when we are in the decade of action. So working with people with disabilities, a really strong message as well. And then for my own sake, I would love to know whether these products would be bio products, you know, if they would be sustainably grown. So always look into the 3 dimensions of sustainability within your business plan. That would be my best suggestion. And not only use the SDGs as a tick-off mechanism, but really seeing it as a transformative agenda, so that you go in and look at which ones are we working with already, and where would we like to be and go in 3-5 years. So it's always nice also to see the vision behind your fantastic business plan. So congratulations.
All right. So I will be a bit more technical, but because of, guys, give me 30 seconds to do this, because of my fellow judge who just spoke, we're having a conversation outside. If anytime during my presentation anybody got a sense that I said something negative about the SDGs, I want to clarify that. It's very important. I am pro SDGs, but just like you guys, I want it to be practical to the everyday person. And that's what I was trying to communicate. Did you guys get that? You see? Yes. So my point, proper graphic designer, and let them put your graphics right. Storytelling is audio visual, so the visuals are very important. Secondly, Doc has taken it from me. As a business person, you need to work on your ability to communicate. So take a deep breath. You had already been on this stage. You're not new to the stage, but I could tell from your voice that there was tension. You were anxious. You had a beautiful product, but because of the way you were speaking, I was losing out. At some point, I was worried you were going to cry. Anybody? Yeah, I was so worried. I'm like, oh my God, don't cry, please. You know, so understand that you are a solution provider. So walk in there with confidence. You're beautiful, you're powerful, you're young, and you're here to offer solutions, all right? So work on the technical bit of the visuals, and then make sure your presentation is strong. From the business point, my other judges have spoken, so I'm not going to drag it. Well done. You will hear from us later. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, judges, for those amazing comments. I hope you guys take this back, work on this. And also, I'm thinking there's a couple of people in here who are taking notes, right? Probably you didn't have the guts to join these guys, but next time, I'm thinking you're going to what? To join, because these are 7 participants. They did not start 7. They started about 25, but like I said, it only takes a journey for exceptional people, right? So, up next, we have one gentleman who is from DRC. DRC, can I get some hands here? So, he is called Onesphore Chiruza from DRC. Ladies and gentlemen, Onesphore is the CEO and co-founder of AgriMod Limited, which runs the Vuna app. Vuna app builds direct connection between farmers and customers through a user-friendly mobile app in DRC. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much. There you go. Thank you.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chiruza Bireko Onesphore from DRC. I'm the CEO and co-founder of AgriMod, which is an agri-tech business startup, which is focusing on digital solution by building a mobile app which is called Vuna app. Vuna app connects small-scale farmers to customers in rural areas in DRC. Since many years, we have noticed that smallholder farmers struggle to bring goods to market, and this is due to our statistics, post-harvest solutions, losses. We have noticed that $1.3 million are lost every year because of post-harvest losses. We have noticed that low income in DRC, particularly in rural areas, is hindering smallholders farmers, and smallholders farmers don't have the opportunity to bring their goods to market. Considering to the post-harvest loss produces, globally, it has been noticed that 1.3 tons of goods are lost every year. And this is due to the post-harvest solutions. In sub-Saharan Africa, 37% of products, agricultural products, is being lost every year. Now, looking into the solution, we have brought a solution which is called Vuna app. This Vuna app connects smallholders farmers to customers easily and rapidly because, as you know, technology is growing. Now, I'm gonna explain you how it works. Vuna app works in three types. First of all, it boosts global audience. So to mean that at this level, small-scale farmers and customers are found on the same platform in the process. Thirdly, it's increased to found local products. As you know, for example, in the rural areas, to get the products is very difficult. But through the mobile app, you can easily find the products without spending much time. Also, it increases the prices. As you know, many smallholders farmers are facing these challenges according to income. But through our mobile app, we build the transportation for the products, and this is help the smallholders farmers to their best prices. Now, the opportunity, as you can see here, in DRC we have the good market. 80% of land is uncultivated. Through this, we have good market. Now, for the market opportunity, in Africa we have 24 billion for the market. In Sub-Saharan we have 80 billion, and in DRC 2 billion. Now, how we get money? We get money through the commission and wholesale. Our competitive landscape, we deal with modern solutions, but others are still dealing with traditional solutions. That's why we are at the app level, because most of companies in DRC, they are still dealing with traditional solutions. We are in need of $50,000 in order to build our sustainability and environmental impact in the target community. Our traction, we have launched our solution in 2023, and then we have already reached out 3 territories in DRC, Kabare, Mwenga, and Kalehe. Now we hope to expand our solution in East Africa community. Among our team, as you can see, we have been focusing on 3 SDGs, but we are dealing with also the gender equality because we have 2 girls and 2 women. Yeah? Yes. And in order to end my presentation, I would like to tell you that through Vuna, smallholders and customers are connected forever and ever. If you want to reach out, you can reach out our website, which is https://agreement.net, and at LinkedIn and through our Gmail. Thank you.
Well, I must say you've kept time. You know the struggles we've gone through? Yeah, so another round of applause to him. Because communicating in English for them is such a problem, but I'm very happy as a facilitator that they've managed to stand here and communicate in English and keep time. So well done, well done. So over to you, judges, please.
Hi. I'm not sure why we're made judges here, because he's just said everything that I wanted to say. First of all, congratulations on a good pitch. Congratulations on keeping time. Congratulations on making it brief but impactful. And I would probably take a leaf from the previous comments about visuals. Maybe this wasn't the best mode of doing it, but visually I couldn't connect with what you were saying. What you were saying, I had to just concentrate on you and stop looking at the screen because there was a disconnect. But otherwise, well done and all the best.
Onesphore, congratulations. You know, from a francophone country and you're expressing yourself in English. Kudos. My points are just 3. Your problem was not a problem. The way you expressed it wasn't really a problem. There was that lack of flow and consistency. And I would think, if you had started from your presentation, right? Because you're looking at food security and planting and how you can use your smartphone to reach the farmers, you'd have started with the size of DRC, right? You go to the food, how it's lost. The third, you'd look at the size of the market, then you come up with a solution. But in your presentation, you kept on turning, and when you turned, what you're saying was not corresponding. So to me, it shows you had not mastered your pitch. And I think the visuals were distracting you from the flow that you should have used. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very impressive. Looking into the whole idea of connecting small-scale farmers with the market through new technology is very wise. Having lived 3 years in Burkina Faso, I have seen the challenges, so I can really relate to it. Of course, there is a need to also, I think we had that issue up in the former sessions, that the timing of putting products on the market and coordinating also with the ministries and the other competition within this area. I think I would make a real strong stakeholder management analysis and build alliances, because it's a really strong idea, but having really to look into the details when you go into logistics, that would be my best suggestion to improve your case even more. So thank you very much, really interesting.
All right, so where is Alfred? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we celebrate? Alfred Opio. Can you please be up and standing so we celebrate you better? Can we do it better for him? And the guys know why. He has spent hours on end. When our official facilitation sessions were over, he will stay with them after dinner, sometimes towards the night, for you guys to see what you're seeing. And I think once more he deserves another celebration. So congratulations on sticking to time. Congratulations on managing the language. I want to give you a point for piloting the product, for actually getting it on the ground. So that's really, really good. I think they've already said everything, so I will not re-echo. Work on the visuals, work on storytelling. Entrepreneurs, please hear me out. As we're giving them feedback, we're all learning. Work on storytelling. It will make your presentations more impactful, but you're onto something. We just need to fine-tune it a bit. Also, never scratch the surface of SDGs if it's not really deep. Just having 2 women, or so make sure if it's gender balance is like you're really looking at it critically. But look, you're up to something. Let's see how it goes. Congratulations.
Okay, another round of applause for Onesfo. I'm actually very happy about him because I've been with these guys for times, the whole night and stuff. Sometimes you want to kind of be so harsh, but you push on and push on and push on. Congratulations to yourself, please. Yeah. So up next is a fellow Kenyan. Let me see Kenya in the house. Yeah. Kenyans are not sleeping. Kenyans are not sleeping today. So we have Mr. Enoch Mongare from Kenya. Please. Enoch is the founder and CEO of Eno Roberts Organic Farm. What do they do? This is the company that enables food insecure households, okay, food insecure households in Kenya to enjoy up to 3 months of shelf life of food through sun-dried, nutritious vegetables. A round of applause for Enoch.
Hi guys, I'm Enoch Mongare, the founder and CEO of Eno Roberts Organic Farm, a company that enables food insecure households in Kenya and Africa at large to caution themselves against food insecurity by providing easy accessibility to long shelf life nutritious vegetables. The problem that we have in Kenya and Africa at large is that climate change impacts, post-harvest losses have led to a lot of food being lost, and when drought comes, we don't have food reserves. We have only relied on having granary stores, cereal banks, but we don't have vegetable banks. That is why, according to statistics done by World Bank, about 60% of Africans faced food insecurity in the year 2022, and again, 1 in 5 Africans go to bed hungry. So we have come up with a solution whereby we are going to have the vegetables, especially the nutritious vegetables. We have the amaranthus, we have the managu in the local language, we have the cowpeas leaves, and then we dry them using solar energy. The solar energy in Turkana and many areas where we have a lot of temperature can do this for us. And then we sort the vegetables, we preserve them in the chambers, and then we pack them for delivery. Here is a story of a woman in Turkana, Kakuma refugee camp, called Catherine Asinyen. She is a widow of she's a widow and has 2 children. During the drought in 2022 in Kenya, she managed to survive on preserved vegetables for almost 1.5 months. So these things people know, but we want to commercialize and industrialize. Our market opportunity size is 2.6 billion US dollars. Our serviceable attainable market is 1.4 billion US dollars, and our serviceable obtainable market is 100 million US dollars. Most competitors in this field both do not provide long shelf life vegetables to consumers or users. So Eno Roberts Organic Farm comes in to ensure that this has taken place, and that is how we beat our competitors. We use EnoSocial and EnoShiba. EnoSocial is mainly for corporates. That is why you see for a kg of dried vegetables average price 1.5 US dollars. EnoShiba is for the common mwananchi or the common citizenry, 1.2 US dollars. Our key strategy for growth is Kenya Commercial Bank, who will be offering us banking services. YouLead, of course, who have been promoting capacity building, and we also have World Food Program, which is going to provide advisory on issues of food and many other aspects related to agriculture. Our team consists of Enoch Mungare, who is the CEO and founder, having skills in business management, Ruth Obegi, who is the product development officer, and Sarah Kwamboka. Our ask is 50,000 US dollars, whereby 65% is going to purchase of dryers and the reservoirs or chambers, and then the 30% is going to buy motorbikes for delivery and 5% for marketing. As I conclude, I will say that climate change impacts have negatively affected us, and because we have to secure ourselves food-wise, then we have to preserve vegetables because they have mainly been neglected. Thank you so much. Eno Roberts is the future of Africa's food security.
I have so much enjoyed these speeches today. I almost can't believe it, but I hope you guys now know why I was tough. Yeah, I wouldn't smile with these guys. Yeah? Now you can see, you're also smiling, right? Yeah, another snap for you guys, man. This is amazing. And it doesn't end here. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. What do we say? We never quit. We never quit. Over to you, judges.
Hi. First of all, thank you very much for that amazing pitch. The issue of food security is definitely being spoken about, but the idea that you can actually preserve not only vegetables and dry them, because we're used to pineapples and other things, but the idea that you can do this with vegetables and other products, I think is really spot on. You did your time very well. I thought that the story linked very well. The idea of bringing us in by talking about food security and then giving us a solution against that insecurity, I think was also spot on. I am going to be very confused by the end of this because all of you have really given excellent pitches on topics that are very, very much in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Enoch. Your pitch was excellent. I'll come up to give you some of the things, some of the pointers I thought maybe you should have considered. One, when you talk, you showed us the statistics, right? And you gave us the story of Catherine. I would feel so much inclined if the way we get attention in pitching, that's the first thing, the first A, attention grabbing. Then you either do it through statistics or you do it through a personal story. So if you don't have a personal story, you'd have started with the statistics, then bring out Catherine's story to align it to the statistic and be specific. When you talk about vegetables, there are so many varieties of vegetables. So which vegetable are you looking at specifically? Or what kind of vegetables are you looking at? And the other thing, as you connect your story, I was asking myself, as for example, if I'm going to invest in your company, your solution, that how can it not affect the value of the product you're doing? Because you're talking about drying. At times we know, sometimes you dry something and it loses its value. So you did not bring that preposition to show us that my value preposition or my solution actually will keep the value of the product the way it is. So if you can align them in that chronological order, I'm very positive that your flow can be more persuasive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great pitch. I completely agree. I really like your offset in the story and the fact that you're starting with the human beings being left behind. So the underlying principle of the SDGs, leaving no one behind, and if that would be your primary target area, I think you would find some very strong partners that could, where you could play together with the World Food Programme, delivering to refugee camps where you don't have the same setup as in an ordinary household. So I think that sounds very interesting. The second point would be just looking into how you would like to transport it and buying motorcycles. Was that the point? Yeah. Then looking at the level of pollution, if you're sticking to the SDGs, how are you actually going to transport it in a sustainable way? So that is just a heads up for looking into a solution to sustainable transport, which is one of the most polluting sectors in the world within the sector you're doing business in. I really love the solar energy. Very, very wise and interesting how these materials are gonna, how you're gonna keep up your machinery and the sustainability of what you're investing in, because the drying machines might need some funding for keeping it going. Yeah. Thank you so much. Really interesting. A lot of things to dig into.
All right. So from a presentation point, I absolutely enjoyed it. So congratulations on that. But I want to give you, can you guys please bring back his pitch? My work here is to be as precise and direct as possible. Go back to his pitch and go to click to your team page, and let me teach you something real quick. Please give him back his pitch. Go to the team page. All right. So I absolutely love the story about the woman that survived 1.5 months. Next time, start with that. Tell us a story about the drought and how one woman, you see, all of a sudden your story sounds more catching and engaging to you, right? How one woman survived, maintained, and sustained her family because of this one thing. And this is the possibility you want to give to every other woman who's like her. And instantly you have attention, emotion, people will make decisions. Now, I will not give $50,000 to any of the people on the screen. Period. Branding is important. Go back, take professional pictures, get your team to take professional pictures, and then we'll have a conversation again. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and I just hope that every one of us in this room, most especially those who started the journey with my fellows here, but jumped out of this boat, I hope you're learning something, okay? Though you're not being roasted here tonight, but I'm sure there's a lot that you're going to incorporate, and next time we will see you. And in case this impacts you, please do a social media tweet. I mean, do something in recognition of the knowledge that you're picking from here tonight. All right, so we are going to Burundi. Let me see Burundi in the house. All right, so we have our next presenter. Her name is Prosperine Hollande Nduwayo. Hollande is from Burundi. She is the co-founder and CEO of Agri-AI. Now listen carefully. Agri-AI is an artificial intelligence company that seeks to use computer vision and machine learning to track crop diseases in real time. And what else? and also to provide what she calls hyperlocal recommendations to farmers on their mobile phones. Please, you're welcome.
Hello, everyone. As he said, my name is Prosperine Hollande Nduwayo from Burundi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Agri-AI, an artificial intelligence company that uses computer vision and machine learning to track crop diseases in real time and send recommendations to farmers on their mobile phone. We have realized that many large-scale farmers lose so much money due to crop diseases. For example, a range of 40 to 100% of potatoes is lost due to crop diseases, and in a range of 670,000 to 150,000 is lost per acre, which can go exponentially to 55 billion Burundian francs from crop diseases. So as Agri-AI, we found the solution of an AI system that track crop diseases and give early prediction to farmers, which help them act proactively and give personalized recommendation. This also help in environment because it helps save pesticides, and it helps fight against overuse of pesticides. It has also a multilingual assistance AI that breaks the language barriers, helping farmers to get recommendations. So how it works is, for large-scale farmers, we have cameras in farms that gives notification in case a disease is found, or maybe if you want, you can take, for example, of potatoes, a picture of potato leaves, you send it to the system, and then the system gives prediction if there is a problem or a disease. So our proof of concept is our university teacher who have already tried our AI system on potatoes for the early blight disease. So our market opportunity is 5.6 billion worldwide, and 33 million in Africa, and 1.7 million in Burundi. So for competition, we are in competition with more of agribusinesses using technology, especially in Rwanda, like RAB, but we exceed them by using AI. So our business model is business to business. We intend to partner with other businesses working in agriculture, or business to consumer, where we can work with farmers individually. So our growth strategy, we are already working with Atlas Africa, which is a group of web developers and tech guy. We intend to work with university and research center to joint project, and we intend to work with farming cooperative and supply chain partners. So our team is more than 10, but I choose to represent 4 people with me doing management, information system, and marketing. Our data scientist Krista, computer scientist Jodik, and agricultural engineer Desiree. So we are in need of fund of 50,000 USD, and the majority of that fund will be used to buy computers and servers, and the other one is for data collection and labor. As I'm finishing my presentation, I'm calling up other youth to join us in modernizing agriculture through artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm very proud of you, by the way. From your slides, I can see that there was a lot of work that was done, but also that was missing, all right? But I still congratulate you for that, because I've been with you through the journey. I know what you've gone through. Another round of applause for them. So over to you, judges.
Hi, congratulations. Positive. When you said Agri-AI, I thought, it seemed something that would be totally out there, but I think it's probably very forward-looking, probably exactly what farmers will need. But it also makes a number of assumptions. It makes assumptions that our farmers have smartphones, that they're reachable, and that will be able to be advised based on the information that you have. I think that is, probably something that might, in some way, be a drawback, because if you think of the number of farmers that we have, even just within our own region, and most of them in very hard to reach areas, how many of them are able to access or be able to access that information? So you might want to tweak that a little bit and find a different way in which to be able to reach them. The second thing is that, and I go, that was made by Dr. Gardner about branding. I was looking forward to seeing the other 4 people in this with you, and I saw nobody. That, I think, is a problem. Not that they're not there, but for now that you did not present them, and that, we like visuals. The third thing, and this, of course, you can work on and perfect as time goes on, when you use statistics, try and have those at your fingertips. Don't try and read it from the slide. It will always trip you up. So it's best to have your statistics on your fingertips, use them as an illustration as opposed to something to make a point. That's it. But otherwise, very forward-thinking, very forward-looking, and I think a great idea with some small changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Dr. Susan just read from my script. She has most of the comments that I was going to give to you, she has mentioned, but what I did not understand from your pitch is that you're going to use AI. You capture these diseases, right? I did not listen to somebody you're going to partner up with to provide the solution. It's not a matter of just capturing and knowing that in this area there's this disease or you foresee a disease, but I think the whole essence for your pitch is to provide a solution. So I think if we could see maybe the people you're working with or somebody or partnering up with, people are going to come up with solutions, maybe from the Minister of Agriculture or blah, 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 it would really resonate with me. Thank you.
I very much agree with what has been said. The forward thinking, the AI, it's always a question of reliable data. Also, if you go into big data, collaborating with the UN food organizations or their innovation hubs. I know that there is an innovation hub of the World Food Program here located in Nairobi. So maybe you could try to contact them and see how you could link up with maybe what they're already doing in this area. That is something I have heard a bit about. So you're placing yourself in the middle of a long chain of organizations and actors that need to collaborate and make an alliance in order for this to work. But it's really important, as you say, to act in real time and not after a report has been written. So I understand the urgency, but yeah, I agree that you really have to look into the alliances you can create to make your app useful. So I really think it's forward-looking, but yeah, dig into the stakeholders and the alliance building. That would be my best suggestion. Thank you so much.
All right. So I'm going to try my best not to be the devil on the panel, because it looks like it. Let me go back and appreciate the physical outlook of our brother from the suit guy in the middle. Wave. You look sharp for your presentation. Great. I didn't give you that. You also look great. You look sharp. When I saw you, I'm like, this is a tech business. You look the part. Branding is important again. Secondly, women in AI, come on. You just wanted to, that's my thing, right? So that's great. So women in AI is going forward. You look amazing. They have mentioned all the other parts. I think you should be raising money for R&D at this point. You should be raising about 5 or 10% of what you're looking for more research and development, because you have something that's ahead of its time and something that needs certain basic infrastructure to be in place before you can build on top of it, right? We're struggling to get internet inside Bomas. How would you send real-time information to a farmer? You know, but if you get this right, you might have just found a unicorn idea. The last thing, and this goes to all of you guys, I want you to intensify your market research, because this very product, from my little research as a knowledge merchant, I know businesses that exist in different environments that are building it. The beauty of ideas is that at this point in time, there's nothing avant-garde. Avant-garde is an idea that has never been heard before. There's nothing new under the sun. So your work as an entrepreneur is not to conjure. Innovation is not necessarily the invention of new ideas. It is enhancing already existing ideas to deliver more value faster and more efficient and more cheaper, right? So take your time. Like I said, if you do raise money and if you do win something, apply to research and development and build this thing out. Poke holes in there, look at what already exists in different markets, look at what is contextually possible for local environments, and then you can bring up a product that's ready and can be very useful. But you have some very strong things going for you, so I'm rooting for you. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you, judges, for those wonderful and amazing remarks. So we are left with only 3 participants tonight. Next up is Burundi. Burundi is featuring a lot today, so we are still going back to Burundi, and we have a wonderful gentleman known as Frank Nimubona from Burundi. Frank is the most courageous man on this team, and this is why. Right from the beginning, Frank was not a part of this whole journey because I was too tough. This is what he said. I didn't give him the chance to join like quite early. But Frank is a very sharp entrepreneur. So during the night sessions, like my brother Kwame was mentioning, I would dedicate time to meet these guys in the night and stuff like that. One day, he sneaked into one of the training sessions. I asked him, have you changed your mind, brother? He said, no, I'm not participating, but allow me just sit here and see what's going on. From that day, he changed his mind and is here. Another round of applause for him. Frank is the founder and team leader of Quality Engineering Initiative. They are into data analysis and Python program development. They seek to advance scientific research by fostering innovation, collaboration, and knowledge exchange for data centers in Africa. You are welcome, Frank.
Hi everyone. My name is Nimona Frank, and I'm from Burundi. I am data analyst, Python program, and founder and team leader of data science company that help organization to make data-driven decision. Those are my partner. We have noticed that in our company there are many organizations and foreign projects, but we don't see exactly their impact. Our solution, we have seen statistical analysis shows that 70% of Burundi are poor. Imagine we have a lot of foreign project, but we don't work going on. We are going where we come from. That is why our solution is to help organization and the business company to make informed decision with the needs of the people and objective and verifiable indicative for sustainable development. How it works, I have to understand the main problem, what the people need exactly. And I try to focus on their problem, and I try to use some statistical tools in order to summarize and to analyze and help the decision maker to make data-driven decision. And after we build a database that will help them to see their growth, what shows the proof of concept that I was working with all the people in our country, just to ask exactly what they need in order to show the organization so that they can answer to the people's problem what they need exactly. And this accomplishment made me to get an employment in the government. As I speak, I'm serving my country as a data analyst at the Ministry of Solidarity, Social Protection, Human and Gender in Burundi. Our market opportunity in Africa, we want this 100 million, in East Africa 50 million, and in Burundi 4 million. What I have analyzed, I saw CEP is he has a bigger market than me, but for me, I am collaborating with the other center, especially in Kenya. I have a data center which we are seeing collaboration, and as well as in South Africa. I think our company, when we keep working, will stay ahead of that company. Yeah, our business model is capacity building, training, and statistical consultants. Our strategy, we want exactly to build an important center, the scientist in my country, and a business training in my country. Those are my team member. Frank, founder the team lead and data analyst at Python program. This is Kenny, statistician and financial manager. This is Beza, a web and app developer. What we need 30,000 USA, which will use 50% to build the center, and 30% informatic tools, and 20 is what I'm going to use to train others in order to show exactly how the data can help in our daily life. As I say, I invite you to tell all the people who are the business maker to use exactly this. Data science is a useful tool in every organization. Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm super proud about everything going on. I'm proud of you, mate, because like I just said, you are the last on the team, you're struggling with English. I think next time we should allow the Francophone guys to express themselves in French. It's okay? Yeah, we should do that. But you've done amazingly well, having seen where you come from and the whole journey throughout our boot camp. So over to you, judges.
Frank, thank you very much. Apologies, and I think that's basically what this comes down to, for not allowing you to speak in your native language and being able to express yourself very well. That notwithstanding, you nonetheless managed to get the point across. Part of the problem, especially with development partners, is not having sufficient data and not being able to start where people really, really need. So being able to have an organization like yours or data center like yours, not only to get to the root of the problems, but also to get to the root of what people need is really, really important. I don't have any comment in terms of what you can do better, except that I would really, really want to hear your pitch in French and have somebody translate it for me, because I think it would be a lot more powerful than it was. Thank you very much.
I think that was so amazing, especially with the background that you have just given, that, you know, he was there not interested, and suddenly he got so empowered and said, I'm going to do this. And also just taking that decision as a French speaking. So that was a very amazing presentation, and I think when I heard your presentation, I said, these are some of the projects that will really get so much support and funding from development partners. These are UN. So my only advice to this one is that try to find those SDG goals that can go along with your project. Your mission should be aligned to such. You know, development partners tend to support businesses that has their agenda. Find an SDG goal, find one of the African Union Agenda 2060 aspirations, AFCFTA youth agendas, and not only you pitch into them, but whoever is also a partner to these organizations will be very much interested to introduce you to them. But other than that, the confidence was there, the voice projection for a business person. I think it's a very amazing project. Thank you.
Frank, how many times have I called you? Let me act like my Nigerian brothers. You're really the definition of courage, you know? You came there and you're willing to face your fears. And the enthusiasm or the ethos that you really demonstrated to me, I felt, as Dr. Susan said, I wish I would listen to your pitch in French. And one aspect that I picked out of that energy you're using and the pitch was like, I'm a researcher. I know at times when you go to collect data, how tedious it can be. And just you being on the ground to collect data for these people who are seated in ACs and in offices in urban centers, then you just bridge that gap and make life more easier, not just us coming up, because I've seen people who have created solutions and go out to create problems, right? To suit the solutions. So you are coming up with a problem and you bring that problem upward for people to solve that problem. So it's quite interesting, and I'm sure you'd do better if we had given you your native language or your mother tongue language to present. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Très intéressant. I will switch to English, so we're not going to put on headphones, but I really think this is a link where you can look at it going both from development partners' side, looking into what they lack of data, but also you can feed into SDG, Sustainable Development Goal systems. If you also translate, once you get the data, and you link it to the indicators and the targets of the SDGs, then you could also be a provider of much data that is lacking in so many countries to see and measure progress on the SDGs. So you could actually see that you could deliver on two elements at the same time. And that could really strengthen the voluntary national reviews. So my best suggestion would be not only to work with local NGOs, but also once you have molded your pitch a bit, try to contact the UN organizations or their local agencies to see whether you could actually fill in a gap here. So congratulations, a great idea. And as you say, it's data, so you can actually fill in blanks for all 17 SDGs. And never forget the leaving no one behind. How do you include that in your data collection, as well as gender-based data, etc.? Thank you so much. Merci, très fort. Hein?
All right. So I think all the judges had agreed that moving forward, we were going to make sure that people presented in their native tongue, and then we would have the interpreters help us understand. So thank you for not letting that stop you. Well done with that. The other thing I wanted to say is probably general. So Alfred, yourself and I and the judges, we should table this. I think that in our next cohort, we need to take out a section and teach public speaking and do a small training on that, and do visual presentation and do a small training on that. I think that would help your work very, very well. Because what you do is you focus on teaching them how to raise money. You have raised money, so you teach them these things. But I think that if we can complement your work by teaching them design thinking, storytelling, and public speaking, it will make the world of difference. Again, great presentation. I don't know who whispered $50,000 into your ear. You're raising $50,000 too? Or how much? 13. 30. Oh, so you came a bit down. I like that. All right. So there is something that was passed on to me that I need to bring to your attention for everybody that has presented. It was probably going to be part of my last comments, but I want to give credit to who credit is due. My big brother, can you wave? All right. Can we please show some appreciation to him? So I don't know if that was personally because of time that Alfred probably let them eliminate it, but a lot of you have, in fact, nobody has done a SWOT analysis as yet for all the presentation. So I won't fault you for it, but I'm bringing it to your attention. SWOT analysis is very, very important. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Very, very important. And when you don't have time, I can understand, but when you have time, when you state the amount you're looking for, a little bit of visuals to show that you know exactly what you want to do with the numbers is important. It's not okay to say I'm using 5% for this and 15% for that. So I'm talking to all of you who came before, break your numbers down to the $1.82 detail. Then the person who's giving you the money is more confident that you've actually done your homework. When the English is done, the branding and everything, and you get to the table to sign the deal and take the amount, it will come down to numbers. So please work on that as well. But please, thank you so much for not letting the language barrier stop you coming out and presenting. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you so much, judges, for those wonderful comments. And also, thank you, my participants, for holding your flags up high. So we are down to only 2 participants left tonight. Our next participant is a lady representing Rwanda. Almost the same problem. I don't know whether the slides can allow you speak the language you want, or you want to proceed in English, because it is the same problem. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me or join me welcome Uwamahoro Regine Diane from Rwanda. She is the co-founder and project manager of Agricotech Limited. Agricotech Limited is an agri-tech company which uses a technology called aeroponics. How many of us here know aeroponics? I heard Kwame talking about that. Okay. One person. You must be special, eh? So, Agricotech uses aeroponic systems to cultivate vegetables and provide quality seeds and vegetables to farmers. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Regine Diane Uwamahoro, co-founder of Agricotech Company Limited, which is using aeroponic farming to cultivate vegetables and provide quality seeds, provide high yield to the farmers. The sad news is that in Rwanda, 33% of young children who are under 5 years old are affected by malnutrition. The cause to that problem is lack of balanced diet, the high population rate growth, also the climate change. Not only that, also the poor knowledge to the farmers. By looking on the statistics shown by National Institute Statistics of Rwanda, it shows that 85% of population in Rwanda are farmers. 64% are concentrated in cultivating the body-building food. 45% are concentrated in energy-giving food. But the crucial problem, only 1% are concentrated in body protection food. That links us to the high rate of stunting, which is 33%. From that problem is where Agricotech Company Limited come with solution, which is going to solve the problem of zero hunger, which first the SDGs #1. Also, we are doing to the SDG #4 of good health and well-being. Also on SDG 13, which is climate change. You can ask yourself how aeroponic is going to solve all those problems. In aeroponic farming, we don't use soil to cultivate. In aeroponic, we use 98% less than water used by traditional farmers. In aeroponic farming also, we use small scale. In aeroponic, you can cultivate in city. It is urban cultivation. In aeroponic also, we are using automation in irrigation. At times we are using automation. We used to mix water and nutrient in order to help the crops to grow. Not only that, also this is sustainable agriculture. By combining all of those, we are getting 30% higher yield compared to the yield of traditional farmers. Agricotech Company Limited has started 2019. By looking on the stunting rate in Rwanda, it was at 38%. That time Agricotech started up to now, referring to how we are going. Nowadays, we are giving the fresh spinach vegetables to the ECDs in Rwanda. Nowadays, also, we are working to about 30,000 farmers by providing them quality seeds. Also, we have program in Rwanda called Village Kitchen. We are working with 50 kitchen there. We are providing them quality seed. Due to that, in our district called Kamonyi, in this year 2023, we get an award of cow that is showing that we are performing well in stunting rate. By looking on our market opportunity all the world, it is 10 billion. In Africa, we have 455 million. In our country, Rwanda, we are operating, it is 52 million. You can ask yourself how Agricotech is getting money. Nowadays, we are working with organizations, input of those children who are in ECDs, they used to pay per children some money. Also, we are selling direct to the farmers by providing those quality seed. Not only that, also that program called Village Kitchen, we are working with local government to pay us. Now we have a very big competitor called One Acre Fund. But the problem to One Acre Fund, as we are giving the farmers the guarantee of the seeds, we give them, but them they didn't give. Also, we are using that system, aeroponic, which is smart in our town. I'm here to search for the fund, $5,000 US in order to expand our 50 US dollars to expand our action. 70% we are going to use them to build smart greenhouse using those systems in order to expand from 150 ACDs to expand to 1 ACDs. Also, we are going to shift from 3,000 farmers to exceed like 6,000 farmers. Also, we are going to use 20% to train the young people to join agriculture because it is smart and it is paying us also. We are going to use 10% to contribute to our government. There is a program called Hunganire. In that Hunganire, we are going to provide vegetables to vulnerable persons who have children under 5 years old. Here, there are our partners. Those partners, starting from Rwandamat helped us to build a website. Also, we have RDB, the one which helped us to register our action. In Buto Foundation already, we are working at the one who are paying for ECDs. We have Kamonyi district, government of Rwanda, we are collaborating day to day. We have BPN gives us the mentors in our company. Also, we have YouLead. I used to attend the capacity building online for business. Now also I'm here because of YouLead, you know. We have Rwanda. Rwanda is the one which is the NGO I worked at time I was at university. Is where I start thinking that I can be a businesswoman. Also, we have Lika is the institute that helps us to get document. If we want to do an export, we want to make seedling, is the one which is giving us. We have team. We have Emmanuel is specialist in agriculture, drainage, and irrigation. I am Regina Diani, project manager. Also, I have a bachelor degree in telecommunication engineering. We have Muharachi Anita, who is financial manager. If you want to join us, we have websites, we have YouTube channel, email, so that you can contact us. By conclusion, I can say that everyone who is here can give contribution and join agriculture as professional career because other careers are a chance. Thank you.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not a judge, but since I am your facilitator, I'll just say something, very serious, okay? Never get carried away by your presentation and then you exceed time. You know, time in business is very important. Your presentation is so good, I'm very impressed. But as your facilitator, I am not happy because you exceeded time by 2 minutes. And this is the first participant exceeding that time. I'm not saying anything, I'm just, take it from me. Because we've done this through nights, we've not slept, we've done things, okay? For everybody in the room. If an investor tells you you have 1 minute, you only have 1 minute, you understand? Find a way to skip certain, find a way to do it right, okay? Somebody will say, okay, I'm walking to my car. You have 2 minutes to say it. You're not going to say everything. I am super impressed because you didn't show me most of these things. Why, you hid them out from me or what? I love the presentation, okay? So over to the judges.
Thank you very much. I mean, immediately your presentation captures the imagination for a number of reasons. One, the idea of sustainable agriculture. The idea that if, I don't know what the statistics are, but the rapid urbanization in most of our cities means, in most of our countries, means that urban agriculture is going to be very, very important. The idea of children and being able to address the issue of stunting and their growth is equally important. So quality seeds, which you also pointed out, but I think that the thing that captured my imagination was the idea of partnering with local authorities. More often than not, when you partner with local authorities, it means that you're actually getting to the root of the problem and being able to address the problem at source. So that, I think, is really, really huge in terms of your own presentation. The fact that you have already been recognized for having been able to do something suggests that you're already on the journey. Now, my question, and maybe something that again refers to the other presentations, is that I would like to hear your pitch in French. And I think the 2 minutes that you went over was not because you didn't get it to the point, but because of language. And therefore, you are very excused for that very reason. The partners that you have already got and the ones that you are eyeing to be able to work with, I think will probably get you from where you are to where you need to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I have been so privileged to be through the trainings with this team, and maybe to just give a background of where the screaming is coming from. I think as we were doing the trainings, she was one of the people who was so shy. And I'm going to say that to even say it's an issue of language, it's nothing, because you did well. You know, you tackled the issues of linking your proposal to the SDGs and relating it to the current, the status quo. You provided the proof of concept on why you think it's going to be a sustainable project. You know, I really liked you trying to prove to us why you think this is a very good project. However, I had also wanted to know more of the advantage of this farming. You know, it sounds like a new project, and I'm sure, as Mama have said, when you go and partner with the government and other institutions, they would want to know what are the advantages, more of the advantages. And you go for advantages that you know are specific or rather unique because of the project. And, you know, I also wanted to hear more of linking the system to the current issues that are being challenges that are being raised by climate change, and, you know, more of how the system is going to create more of sustainable farming as a business itself. And then also the other issue that we have to tackle, I think, the proposal budget. Perhaps because it was a short training, maybe that was a format that you were given, but it sounded so good that I could even do the proposal budget for this in my head. But it was really well. And then the last one that I noted was you took more time than others, but other than that, for the fact that I had proof of concept and there was so much proof of sustainability in the business, I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations, Diane. You came, you've pinched, and now you're listening to the feedback. I'll start with the bad news. Now, when you are giving statistics, when you say 33% of Rwandan children are malnourished, it's a good statistic, but I think it would be more persuasive if you had started with the total number of children in Rwanda, then deconstruct it to bring out the statistics, so that as I'm seated here, I'm relating, I'm like, oh, this big number, then this percentage is, you know, it's more persuasive. And the other, the facilitators, and your facilitator and the panelists, some of them have talked about time. Every time you hear time resonating or somebody's talking about time against you, it's never the lack of time, it's the lack of planning. Just know that there's somewhere you never planned right, or you stuck somewhere. The other is you need to learn how to shut out yourself when you're pitching. You know, the audience can be very persuasive. They can shout, they can clap, and in the process, you get excited. And that excitement cuts across into your pitch. You know, you take much time trying to also, as you laugh, as you smile, your brain slows down, and that's how the time issue comes in. And what I really liked about your pitch is that you used, we call them the question nuts. You kept on asking, did you know? Did you know? And answering. And every time you ask, the brain is in tune to want to know the answer. And the good news is you came back and gave us the answer. So I really appreciate that you brought that up, and like all the other participants, you really used the question nuts and you took my attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci. Thank you.
Merci.
So strong. When I was asked today to be part of this panel to comment on your fantastic ideas, I was told there were like 4 criteria, and I believe that you actually have fulfilled them all with your presentation and your business idea. If we look into the impact, it is there, and you have your proof of concept. There is the market, there is some research and development. Of course, you could go further into which kind of produce you could make that is context specific. Linking that to the scalability, that is really where I see you can go so far. If you actually designed on the web a drawing of this hydroponic system, I could see it on the rooftops of Copenhagen in Denmark. Maybe that is in 5 years or even longer, but really this concept is here and you are one of the first movers. And that linking it to the SDGs, and you said crowdfunding, Kwame, earlier on, this could really be a case, strong case for crowdfunding. So really, if I were you, just dig in, because this is gonna fly high. So really, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. I only have negative things to say. So, guys, looking the part is important. Your entire team needs a photo shoot. It's very important that when you stand out there with a brilliant idea and an amazing solution, you carry a certain kind of brand. It's important. So do a photo shoot for your entire team. Look professional. Let the shots be professional, and put that in your pitch. You are onto something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you for that wonderful pitch. So like the judges have mentioned, always stick to time. And because this is the beginning phase, I'm giving you guys 5 minutes. After this, you will hardly find any pitch competition or opportunity that will give you 5 minutes. Most of the pitches are going to be around 3 minutes. This I'm telling you for a fact because I've walked that journey. This is the beginning for you. If you cannot manage 5 minutes, it's going to be very difficult to manage 3 minutes. Okay? So our last participant for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, this name is technical, but I'm going to try. The gentleman before you is called Irankeje Fiacre. Did I get it right? Irankeje Fiacre from Burundi. Now he is the co-founder and communications manager of Center for Scientific Research and Innovation. They are into production of traditional medicine. That's why he is last, okay? Traditional medicine. But here's the catch, not what you're thinking. Not what you're thinking. So they seek to use a certain new technology that I don't think we know of. This technology is called nutraceuticals. They seek to use nutraceuticals. Am I pronouncing that right? They seek to use nutraceuticals to produce traditional medicine to prevent what? 2 things. Malnutrition, like Regine has just presented to us, and also chronic diseases. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Irankeje Fiacre. I'm from Burundi. I'm a co-founder and communication manager at the Center for the Promotion of Scientific Research and Innovation, which is CERES in abbreviation. CERES, first of all, aims at promoting and designing training modules on building capacity, professional skills, and innovation so as to achieve SDG number 9. Of course, CERES as a center for the promotion of scientific research and innovation have noticed that there is a problem in Africa and in Burundi in particular, and the problem is malnutrition and the proliferation of chronic disease. And that is due to an unbalanced diet and lack of awareness of the role of nutraceuticals. Research have proved that about 37% of people are dying in Burundi due to non-communicable disease. That is due to the report of WHO published in August 2023. And 4.8% of children in Burundi are suffering from malnutrition. That is due to the report published by the Statistic Board of Burundi in 2023. As way forward, CERES, as a center for research, has decided that it has to use nutraceuticals products which are like ginger, hibiscus subdarifa, among other products, to produce some juice but tested in a laboratory and then give to people in order to prevent, first of all, blood pressure, among other disease. How does CERES work? It works by analyzing the composition and dosage of nutraceutical products, and then it also contributes by the production of nutraceutical products and transform them into juice that should be taken by people and then prevent themselves from the disease already mentioned. As a proof of concept, it is proved that traditional and modern medicine are working together in Burundi, but it is still in progress. So for us, as the Center for Research, which aims to improve well-being health in order to achieve the SDGs number 9. So we have already served about 1,000 pharmacies in Burundi, and in general, we have served about 10,000 people who buy our products. As an opportunity of our product, traditional medicine, in Africa, 90% of the population rely on traditional medicine due to the research of BIDA than 2022. Our market opportunity is about 250 million in East Africa and 100,000 in Burundi and 60,000 million in Bujumbura, where the center is located. We have also competitors, because we are not working alone. There are other people who have already started selling traditional medicine, but we dominate them by the way. For us, we have to test, first of all, the products in our laboratory. That is what makes us different from them. CERES has its model of business, where we have two models. The first one is the model business to business, where we sell our products to pharmacists, and the second one is business to clients, where we sell our products to people, individuals. We have also our strategy of expanding our business, where we look for expanding partnership and advertising our projects using especially technologies and social media. Ceres, to achieve its goals, has a team of more than 25 members, but I decided to mention only these three. The first one is Christine Ndashimiye, who is a co-founder and CEO of Ceres. The second one is Nahisha Kieros, who is a co-founder and operation manager. She is an expert in biochemistry and pharmacognosy. And the last one is mine, the co-founder and communication manager, who is an expert in translation, interpretation, and Kiswahili didactics. Our ask is 30,000 million in order to achieve our objective, and the majority of that budget will be used to buy laboratory equipment and buy also raw material that will be prepared in the laboratory and produce the juice, among other products that may be used to prevent ourselves from the disease already mentioned. And other budget will be used for trainings to raise awareness. Ceres, thank you very much for your kind understanding. Shukran. And to conclude, I would like to say that since health is the greatest wealth, take care of your body. It will take care of you. Thank you.
Awesome. So, you also exceeded your time by 1 minute 20 seconds, which might not be bad, but is bad, depending on how you take it, okay? All right, so thank you so much. Let me hand over to the judges and I will make my final remarks after, but this is our last participant. I would love to thank all of you for staying with us and learning a few things here. Please, over to you.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation. Last, but definitely not least, I think it was a good pitch. When I heard traditional medicine, I was beginning to get worried that it was, was going to be used for other things. But seriously, I think the idea of using what we already know is very important, and being able to use that for children and other ailments is definitely not a novel idea, but a very good idea, especially right now when we are clamoring to try and find things that will not harm our bodies and which we've known for years and years. So I think, other than going over a little bit, and the fact that all these presentations that were presented in a language that people felt a little bit awkward with could have been better and done better using their own language. Other than that, I wish you all the best, and I think you're on to a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that pitch. Apart from people getting worried about the traditional medicine as it was introduced, I think it was exciting me though, because I wanted to hear more on what African entrepreneurs have when it comes to pharmaceuticals, but mainly the context coming from, the African natural plants that we have. It would have been so much interesting to me if we could have sticked to how the business was introduced. I mean, Africa is coming from actually recovering from COVID-19 pandemic. And I think such pitches would be more interesting if we link it with the fact that as Africa, we have learned how we should be also being able to produce our own medicine, which is actually more related to the presentation that you have just given. And I think it just needs little touch so that we relate it to the necessary agendas that are being pushed by development partners, the CDC, of course, and how can we also sell your products to other countries. But most importantly also, I've seen that on your budget you have allocated some funds for training, but I thought it would be very much important to allocate some funds for the institution research and development, because you are a scientific institution. Thank you very much.
Yes, Fiacre, right? Hope I pronounce it right. Somebody once said that there is nothing beats an idea whose time has come. We have seen today we are moving from the pharmaceuticals to our natural or traditional medicine. So my point would be, sometimes as my fellow panelists normally says, branding. The way you brand, and in this instance I'm talking about the name of your product, affects how it's perceived in the market. Now, when you say traditional medicine, at the back of my mind, I think even the moderator talked about is like, not the other one that we think of. But remember, my attention has already gone by the time you said traditional medicine. So maybe you can look for other things, maybe herbal medicine or something. The brand you give to your product determines the perception that people will perceive of it. The second is, when you talked about your ability to test this medicine in your own laboratories, that doesn't give me a guarantee, right? Maybe you'd say it is internationally tested or accepted or blah, blah, fulfilling those international steps and procedures for those things to come up to the market. So it starts from giving me a guarantee that this medicine that you're giving me actually is of standard. Now, once you put that into play, then I'm very sure your idea has really come and it will come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really a strong presentation, and the words that comes to my mind are really back to the roots. And that is also what is happening in Denmark, and I see that tendency across different countries I've been working in. So I really think you're touching upon a trend here. And the fact, as you say, local produce, and the fact that you can be self-sufficient within your borders, or at least in your region, is so important. I would just top up on the comment on the need for proof. How does these products actually improve your health? I use a lot on non-clinical medicine in Denmark that is widespread, so there is really a market also in such a cold country where we don't have ginger or neither hibiscus, but the fact that we need to see in some way the proof that how it affects your body, that is important, that you rely on that instead of taking antibiotics or something that chemical that actually is not good for your body in the long run. So branding you with this, I would really say that could strengthen your brand further, and your story about going back to what is actually locally produced, that has been proven that you should eat and nourish from the area around you, and that also lessens transport and CO2 linking to the SDGs. So thank you very much, really important and strong pitch. Thank you.
All right. So I think this would be a conclusion for all pitches that we've had, and then I'll hand over.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
I think you would give him feedback.
Yes, I'll come to him first before. Yes, I will.
Then
definitely.
then you
okay, then we do the general one. That's fine. I think they've said everything. Again, I would have loved to hear your pitch in your language so that you're more comfortable and fluent. We can do something with the visuals. I think it can get better if you are a center for scientific research. Details matter. presentation matters, visuals matter. Because when you put out anything, we're going to match it against different bodies like yourself. So for you, visualization and the right presentation is non-negotiable. The other people might get away with it, you can't. You are a research facility. So that's something you should definitely look at. The final thing, and this is to everybody, then I come back and we can wrap up, is you don't need to, the CEO doesn't need to do the presentation or doesn't need to do the pitch. If you have somebody in your team who has a stronger communication point, they can do it on behalf of the company. You want to take your strongest foot first when you're going. This is the reason why we build teams, so that we complement each other. So what is your strength might be somebody's weakness. What is somebody's weakness might be your strength. So it doesn't have to be because you're the CEO or the founder, you're the one who needs to do the pitching or the communication all the time. So that's a lesson for all of us. But thank you. I will see you for one of the medicines. I'm taking it to Ghana. Go check it out and see what's happening, and then we take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiacre, for that wonderful. By the way, they are a group of PhD students in Burundi doing their medicine research. So, yeah, kudos to you. A round of applause. Let me just mention two things to all of us, but most importantly to the participants who have pitched tonight. Well, I think, just from what I've noticed, I think many of us can now pitch, right? The guys, I see faces here that had joined us before that are not here, but I think you can now pitch, right? From what you've seen. Don't you think so? Let me see some hands. Okay. So, it's very exciting, but like you have seen these guys here, it's very challenging as well. There is a lot that can almost tear you apart. You don't have to justify certain things, okay? Take and have this spirit that can sieve out what is negative, because it can tear you apart and you may give up on your business, okay? Learn to sieve things out. You pick the positive, go work on it. The negative, find a way. I do not know how, that I'm not going to tell you. Find a way to let it just pass by you, because it will just stop you from going forward. Also, I like to give a round of applause. Let's give a loud clap to these guys here, and I'm going to tell you why. A loud one. In my expertise as a consultant in innovations and business, this is content or a course delivered in 2 weeks. These guys have done it in 2 days. So these guys need a real hand clap for doing this in 2 days. Those are my last words. Congratulations to all of you. I wish you guys the best. I will be available for you. Like I said, contact me at any time. Okay? I will make time for you if we need to do a video call, if we need to do a call, a meeting, or anything, because your success is my success, right? Thank you, guys. Over to you for final remarks. Yeah.
Okay, I can't give final remarks. This is not my conference. You guys remember my virtual forever grandma? Yeah, it is her conference. So ladies and gentlemen, can we bring back McKenna so she can close her conference? Thank you very much. Can we celebrate them one last time? I will miss you guys. I'm running out of this country soon. I will follow up for the next 1 year on all of you, my Dockers, everybody. I will not forget our game, Dockers, Masi. So guys, the real work starts when you leave here. The real work starts when you get out of here. It's not in everything we've done here. It's what you're doing 5 years from now, 10 years. You can look at Alfred, such a worthwhile example of what YouLead can produce. Let's celebrate Alfred, who did this for us. Thank you very much. Come on, do it better for him, guys. And for everybody who stood in and watched and didn't go, God bless you. The weather was not born again today, but you didn't let it impede you in any way. Thank you so much. Can we please welcome a proper round of applause for McKenna?
Are you as excited as I am? Do you feel the solutions for Africa are in this room?
Yes.
I don't think you believe that. This side, I don't think they believe that. Do you feel like the solutions for Africa in this room?
Yes.
It's the faculty which is screaming. Please allow me to say, Alfred, I've been sneaking to class as well, because learning is continuous. And there's a Friday I sneaked in just to see what was happening, and I thought that guy was rough. I wouldn't have gone to class if he was my teacher, because I saw what he was drilling. It's called the drilling. And I remember some of the fellows, they would be, Mr. CEO. He would start, and he's, as he's saying, what's your product? What's your product? Okay, go back. Thank you, Alfred. I didn't know this is what you were doing. Appreciate. A big hand to Alfred, please. Remember, I said selflessness is what is going to help Africa. If you don't celebrate each other, I think then we are not going to change Africa. So I want to say, let's give a big clap to our 7 great presenters or pitchers. The faculty, and I would really want to ask the faculty to stand if there is any, because we started in October, there are some of them who are not with us. If you're a faculty member, just stand so that we appreciate you. Who says Africa doesn't have the leadership it needs to have its own solutions, to have its own position for itself, and to have a policy for the global? Thank you very much. Another hand clap, and thank you very much, Cecil. Cecil, please don't sit down, because I want to say thank you so much to Danida Fellowship Center, represented by Cecilia. The director was not able to join us, Hula, but Cecil is based with us in Arusha. But we would actually say 80% of the fellowship was funded through DFC, and we say thank you very much, and please do tell Ula we appreciate. I just want to close by saying, like my son here is saying, he's leaving tomorrow, but he has left us with brains that are actually almost bursting. If your brain is not feeling like mine, then I think I would propose you bring the herbal juices here for us, because we need to stop taking the processed foods. If I start on another side of life, there's a lot of poison we are taking. When if Coca-Cola is here, they can shoot me. That's one of the poison we take. The addictions they put in it. So every time you take it, you feel thirsty, you're annoyed with somebody, you get addicted. So we need actually to start our own Africa-grown solutions on nutrition, on health. We have what it takes. Last year's fellow, if I remember, a guy from Burundi, again, Burundi are doing very well, a big hand up to Burundi. This guy came, and the same nutrition things, but they have sweet potatoes, sorghum, and he just went and looked. He came and pitched. Miss Stella, who is punishing me to do the closing, they went to Burundi for what we call the outcome harvesting. The guy has already employed people. And he is talking about bringing the flour to Kenya. So then we have this, I don't want to be a politician. I'm staying with a relative of mine, and yesterday they served ugali, which is snow white. You mean what? You know what I mean by Snow White? The color. That's not ugali. There's no nutritional value. So we must be able to embrace what we are given for the future of Africa. Those of us who are politicians, I remember when I walked to class, I congratulated the politicians who decided to say in the business class, because we need the politicians to make the right policies for us to have a conducive environment for research. We need research to be funded by our governments. We need research to be funded by our development partners, because that is where the solutions lie. Like I said yesterday, research, capacity building, those are critical prerequisite skills that we need for the new Africa. We do not need to go elsewhere, but this is where we are. So I want to say this is just the beginning. The excitement lands us tomorrow, because like you've had, everybody is kind of, and I liked, think Gona is your point where COVID comes in, and then we have the details to say how North blocked Africa from accessing the vaccines, and they also refused us to produce. So, I mean, is it manufactured? Not to produce, that's because we're talking of food, to manufacture the drugs. And so I think it's about time, the PhD students, you're on the right track, because we need those manufacturing industries in Africa. That is how the health bills, or those of you who have somebody sick, you know what we are dealing with, and we can manage that as Africa. The future is in this place. So I want to say thank you so much. I don't know if Ms. Stella wants to say anything, but I just want to say God's blessings as you travel. You're going to have 400 women with you next week. The same things you're doing here, do unto that. Yes, women need it, because we have been left behind so much, because everybody was like, okay, my story, this is for another day. Women, and we had a debate here, because it was like, no, the woman should move, the woman should not. And I said, the minute you accept to be told you should not move, that's where you get stuck. It is about time you make that deliberate move. So the excitement for me is that as we speak, we hope other development partners can join us, so that we can have, rather than 30, we have 300, we have 3,000. And then before you know it, Africa comes together and says, we are going to have our manufacturing industries in the following countries. You are going to deal with this one. We are going to deal with this one. You're doing, and that's what we need. So for us, for those of us who are proud to be Pan-African, so let's deal with that. And so I want to say, God bless you as we travel, impact lives of many more. You guys, we are not going to leave you alone, because there is monitoring coming. So do not think, you're finished, you're just starting. So I'm excited because tomorrow we meet again. If we keep time, I guess Stella can be nice and we can leave at 4. But as long as we start late, Stella will make sure you're leaving here late. So let's also respect time. I don't know why. And I keep saying this. When people are going to the airport, how many are left because the flight has left them? Tell me, did anybody miss their flight because they were late? But when it comes to a critical space like this, and please listen to me, when it comes to a critical space like this, and you walk in 2 hours late, walk in 1 hour late, in how we are insulting the organizers of the conference, because they know they are also tired, they need to go home early because they will not sleep. But I want to say, let us not disrespect